Is your stream live?
It
There we
should
go.
be.
Okay, you're up.
Are we live?
Yep, we're live.
So, hi everyone, and welcome to Afterimage. My name is Azuarc. I'll be running today. Afterimage is a wonderful Metroidvania that came out last year. Didn't get quite as much attention as I think it probably deserves. It's a really good game. Not maybe quite Hollow Knight tier, but pretty close. It holds up with Hollow Knight pretty well, and I'll be making some Hollow Knight comparisons as we go. Today we are going to be doing the World Flower ending, which is one of the true endings. This is a very long game. It is like one of the biggest on the market. The only one that really compares is Eterna Noctis. It is definitely bigger than Hollow Knight, so obviously we've got a long way to go. I'm doing what is basically the equivalent of like a 100% run for Hollow Knight. Mind you, Hollow Knight goes up to 112, so we're going to get this thing started as quick as we can. If everybody is ready, I'm going to go ahead and begin. Are we good on the other end?
Ooh, can you get the Discord screen share up if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Is my Discord not being shared right now?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on my end.
Oh, okay. Stream.
There we go.
How about now?
I'm seeing it now.
Looks
Good.
good.
Okay.
There we are.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, we'll get this thing started then. In
Awesome.
3, 2, 1.
Good luck.
Thank you. So,
Mhm.
here is Afterimage. We are going to be starting off with our good friend Renee. She is our protagonist. She's got her companion Ifri. We'll learn all about their story as we go forward here. As you can see, the game is a very beautiful game. It is also handles very well. I love the combat. I love the movement. I love pretty much all the important parts about the game. The story's an interesting matter to talk about, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But for the most part, I find that just about everything about this game goes really smoothly, and I highly recommend it. Grabbing a couple things real quick here as we head into our first boss. So the deal with Renee is that she is an amnesiac who lives in this remote area, and she has been sent out to kind of scout the area, and she goes, oh no, monsters! And so, as Ifri points out, she has to suddenly use this pretty much a toy sword to start defending herself. Alright, there's our first level. But what we're going to find is that Renee has a very unique ability, and that is that she can come back from the dead. And she doesn't know this yet. But we're about to find out because this boss has a scripted death in it.
Nice little video game trope.
Come on, kill me. Kill me. There we go. Okay. So we'll get our revenge on that boss later, but for right now, Renee then respawns at this tree, and that's going to be kind of her thing, is that she shows up at these trees when she dies. They're the save points. They also serve as our fast travel, and then she encounters this mysterious cloaked figure, and she goes, who is this person? They must be responsible for what's going on. And all she's worried about right now, though, is getting back to the village to make sure that everyone is okay, particularly her mentor, Madame Aros. Spoilers, they're not okay. So we're going to head up here, and we're going to find out that all of a sudden the entire village is burning. We're too late. So we're going to fight a very similar boss. Note that structure in the back. I may talk about that later when it comes time to talk about the story, but... Come on. Why am I not getting my attacks right? There we go. Okay.
Yeah, guys, so you'll notice how he's trying to employ combat. It might look a little unusual if you're used to seeing combat in other 2D action games. What he's doing is something we call crouch canceling attacks. This game allows you to perform your standing attack with a weapon and then cancel it into simply a crouch, and then you just release the crouch and you go back into your standing attack, and allows for really fast repeated attacks on enemies, and frankly it's the best form of DPS we've got for this category.
I will be switching to another weapon later on in the run that actually does not really support crouch canceling so much, but it will be what I'm going to be using for the time being at least. I am not quite as good at crouch canceling as Karushi. Karushi is a phenomenal runner, and he does the crouch canceling at basically like double the speed that I do. But I'm going to be doing my best here.
Yeah, there are some weapons that it's just better to use other types of attacks for, but for the weapons that azuarc has currently, you'll be seeing the crouch cancel attacks quite often throughout this run. Another thing worth pointing out is we see that azuarc is destroying these blue rocks and collecting these like blue shining pickups as he's going along here. What he's doing is he's collecting talent points in what we call dues. Dues would be the currency that you just collected right now.
In Hollow Knight terms, it'd be Geo.
That's right. So it's basically like money. And talent points is what are used to reinforce the character through the talent tree. But there's another auxiliary purpose for this that actually is really important for this exact category that we'll talk about in more detail later on.
One thing I do want to point out at this juncture is that there are 10 endings to this game. And so we've got, they're in 3 sets of 3, basically. There's 3 endings that are related to Renee, and then there are 3 endings that are related to her companion Ifri, and then we've got 3 more that are related to the mysterious cloaked figure we saw earlier. Her name is 42. And we're basically aiming for the last of the endings for 42. And so we're going to have to do a whole lot of other stuff along the way. If you probably heard that there is an incentive to do all other endings, it's not going to be a big deal for me to do that. There's your talent tree, by the way. But it is an incentive, and it does need to be met, I believe. I think we're still a good ways off from it.
So,
and here's our first boss. Real boss.
The first real boss.
Oof.
This is triple question marks. We can't say who she actually is just yet, so bear with us, guys. But it's a pretty long boss fight early on into the speedrun. She has various degrees of patterns, but the ideal boss fight against her is to be able to attack her during the first phase, punishing her crescent moon attacks, punishing her portal attacks, and then as she begins the second phase, she does a pillars attack that we want to be able to face tank so that we can use the opportunity to just land a ton of hits against her. We're going to be seeing that attack shortly here. Here it is.
Yeah, I know you usually damage tank that, but I don't feel safe doing that right now.
Yeah, depending on
unfortunate hits here.
Depending on like the health available at the time, you gotta kind of adjust and make a decision. So it was wise what azuarc did there to make sure he stayed safe. So yeah, in phase 2, she does a couple more attacks, one more portal strike attack, and she adds another strike to her crescent slash. But otherwise, it's still relatively chill. Nicely done.
All right, there we go.
Nice
That
job.
all you got?
So I did say earlier that this is a really big game. We are now passing into our 3rd biome, but if we were to actually fully explore these areas, they are massive. They're way bigger than you probably would expect from a game like this. And there's a lot of them. There's, what, like 30, 35 areas? Something like that? I don't remember. It's a ridiculous number, whatever it is. So this is the one obligatory town in the game, and this is the only town. I'm going to be buying something from this merchant here that I'm going to be needing later.
Yeah, what azuarc just purchased in an abundance are called resting potions, and these are consumable fast travel. If you've played Symphony of the Night before, these are comparable to library cards, but not quite the same. Basically, these allow you to teleport to any save point in the game that you've already used before.
Okay.
Really useful for speedrun routing. It's like the devs knew that this game would be a wonderful speed game.
And also, if mind me interrupting, it just learned that we're going to be doing the all endings for this game.
Oh, it's already been
Woohoo.
met.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Wow, okay, cool.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, we also,
Thought we had a ways
Yep.
to go for that.
yeah, we also got a $25 donation from Marker Ann for the Magic of Hanser's Day run. Good luck, Azuarc. May the game behave and images come after, or something like that anyway.
Thanks, Margaret Ann.
Yeah, you guys will be in for a treat, so great stuff on getting that incentive met. Azuarc is now in the next area called Resting Path. It lies beneath the hub town that we were in before. And there's a couple of goals here. They're very simple goals. One is to quickly get this shortcut unlocked so that he can go to a dim bomb that's located here. Or not a dim bomb, a dew.
We're getting a weapon up here. We're not
Yeah,
going-
first is the weapon, that's true.
So that might be a good time to talk about weapons.
Yeah, for sure. So, each time you get a new weapon in this game, the difference in damage output is generally pretty vast. So it's highly worth going out of your way to just pick up the next weapon upgrade for each respective area that you enter.
And they're
in the
leveled
case of-
according to the area, so we're going to jump ahead later on and get a weapon from a much higher leveled area. But for right now, this weapon is significantly more powerful. If you notice the little tadpole guys, they were taking 5 hits before, now they're dying in 2. So that's kind of a big
Nice.
deal.
Yeah, the damage formula scales somewhat based on the level difference between you and the enemy. So having a weapon that's just higher damage while you're lower level is going to compensate a lot for the fact that we're going to be under leveled for the majority of the areas that we visit. So it's a quick detour up here to get the talent point. As we mentioned, Azuarc's going to need a lot of these talent points, and we'll mention what purpose they serve.
Yeah, there's a lot of other
towards-
collectibles too, so I'm gonna be... What are you doing, buddy? Why are you just standing there? Yeah, get out of here. Nobody likes you.
See up here, there's a shortcut that, like a little barrier, one-way barrier that he's going to be breaking, and this will lead the way to a dew that has a lot of money.
Not that one. This is actually in town. We could have gotten to this from town, but it's faster to do it from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like we might as well, since we're already going this direction to get the talent point, and there's a couple of enemies on the way too, which it turns out for this category you do need to have a requisite amount of experience. Normally for categories in this game, for speedruns, we don't really care necessarily about leveling up that much. But for this category, the World Flower, you really actually do need the experience, because
Okay.
there's gonna be like basically.
We will
one
eventually
specific-
need experience at least. There is there are some caveats to that based on how experience works in this game that are kind of weird, but I like getting some early experience just to help out with the process.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I did not
Also,
get
how
the
come
dash
these
in.
enemies have like little symbols above them?
That means they
Yeah.
are higher level. There's
Okay.
It's a danger symbol, basically saying, hey, watch out, these are going to be really difficult enemies. Obviously, you can see I'm not really phased by that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's an
we're
excellent question. In the Trial of Soul update, which is the update that introduced boss rush to the game, it was added last July, I believe. They basically decided to add these red markers above enemies that are higher level than you to sort of guide players in the right direction, especially when they're starting out, because a lot of players are confused where to go early on. But in terms of the speedrun, those red markers are actually pretty useful for navigating areas where vision is highly obscured, because they tell you where enemies are when it might otherwise be difficult to see. It'll be very clear what I'm talking about when we get there.
I
but
can imagine.
it's kind of funny how it works. Definitely, I don't think the devs intended for that to be the case, but
No, and one of the funny parts is when you get to a mimic. There are some mimics in this game, and they're very obvious because of that.
Huh.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna skip the rat. Those guys aren't really important to kill, but they do have a drop that I like to try to pick up if I can. It's a random drop, though, and there's a very low % chance to get it, so we did not get it on this run. We were not blessed.
Oh well.
Yeah,
right
What would
here is
the
a,
item be?
it
right here is
gives
a
a
mini
little
boss.
boost to an experience gain.
Oh, neat.
Okay, and
So yeah, up next is the mini boss. This one is gonna give the slide progression ability when defeated.
Yeah, it's a Metroidvania, but you know, it would be nice if we actually got some upgrades, wouldn't it? So
Yeah,
this is finally our first upgrade. Because it's such a big world, and they don't have like a bazillion upgrades to compensate for that, they're kind of spread out.
Okay.
Yeah, this mini boss is pretty easy to take down.
Because it's not really a boss, it's enemies from later.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna see those guys when we get to a deeper part of the run. Alright, super long elevator, we're gonna come over here first. One last chance. Oh, no, unlucky.
So you'll notice too that the new areas that azuarc is visiting right now have their names obscured with glyphs. In order to uncover the name, you have to visit and use the corresponding echo for that area, or speak to an NPC that reveals the name of that area.
Basically, somebody has to tell you what it's called.
Yeah, exactly. There's like a lore reason for this. azuarc already mentioned it, but Renee, the main character, she's an amnesiac, so she doesn't really have memories, and thus she needs the assistance of these echoes to recover her memories, or speak into the NPC of that area. So, up next is on the way to Field of Geo. Very large area. We've already mentioned this, but all the areas in this game are just massive. If you're playing this game casually, it can take you hours, legitimately, to explore an individual area the first time you visit it.
I think I was at about 4 or 5 hours at this point. Oh,
Yeah.
what a jerk. Alright.
And several areas that you'll also need to come back to later on, so it becomes a wonderful time to get lost in.
It's a game that's great if you enjoy exploring. Now this guy here, it's not strictly necessary, but for marathon safety, I'm gonna do something.
Of course I have you.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of cheese that barrier. That's supposed to be a one-way barrier that you destroy from the other side, but we don't care about that. We don't really respect the rules.
So, normally we don't worry about armor this early in the game, but I'm gonna play it safe. It's gonna make my life a little easier in a couple spots.
So yeah, I should have pointed this out, but you'll notice how the slide is being used currently to navigate under these tight spaces. That's necessary as part of the progression ability component of slide, but there's also an additional component that I didn't mention, and it's the added capabilities to Renee's movement. The best movement in this game, at least for the restricted speedrun categories, is called dash sliding, which is done by initiating the dash, and then you cancel the dash as soon as you can into slide. And this actually generates a ton of speed when you're moving horizontally. It's going to be something that'll be more evident when azuarc is going along flatter terrain, but even just terrain that's like the ones that we're platforming up right now, it's very useful to just be able to rapidly slide up them along with dash. So that's a core component of movement for this game in general.
Also, you just got a $20 donation from Kamikaze Killer.
Kamikaze Killer!
Yep, azuarc the GOAT. Game looks sick, run looks sick. And this donation is going towards Cassette Beast's Castworks cat ears.
Oh, nice.
Yep, thanks a lot.
Oh, I didn't get that right.
Another thing worth mentioning at this juncture of the run is that, yeah, we're running on Advanced today. Advanced was the difficulty that the game released with when it released in April of last year. However, the devs decided in December of last year to do a difficulty split where the original difficulty of the game became what is now known as advanced, and they added a new normal difficulty that is basically like an easy difficulty, in which they reduced the armor of enemies and reduced the amount of damage that enemies deal. So the damage that azuarc is taking right now, don't be too alarmed. It's not just because we're under leveled right now. It's not just because we lack strong armor, but also because advanced enemies do hit pretty hard. So
Yeah.
a lot of safety measures have been taken up to this point to make sure that the run can move forward smoothly.
And
But
the game is not as hard as people seem to think it is.
I can fully agree.
Well, I mean, you make it look easy.
You say that as I get completely walloped by that guy with the knives there.
Yeah, that's speedrunners in general, though, making things look easy.
Yeah, definitely so.
Hey, Margaret Ann is asking, isn't azuarc a world record holder in multiple categories too?
Yeah.
For this game, just one category. But
Oh, okay.
there are a lot of different categories. I hold the record in this particular category, kind of by default, if I'm being honest, because nobody else wants to run the category that's this long. Karushi, tell us about any percent.
Yeah, wow, any percent. It's and also, yeah, this is now Emerald Falls. I guess really quickly before I talk about any percent, in Emerald Falls, there's going to be a very important like side quest, so to speak, that azuarc is doing in preparation for important quest material later on. He's going to be killing a lot of these spider enemies for a very specific drop that's needed for a quest item. The drop we're looking for here, yeah, we're going to fight a boss first, because it's much easier to fight the boss and then loop around for the farm. But getting the farm started right now, it just helps with efficiency. But he's basically looking for I believe it's called like binding string. Yeah.
Okay.
The binding string drop, and it's not like a super low drop rate, but it will require a couple loops to get the drop. So here's the boss, known as Lost the Gale Feather, and this boss will drop the double jump progression ability as well as dive kick progression ability upon defeat.
This guy's not letting me follow the usual script here. It's okay. I'm sure I'll do the thing in a second. There we go. There's the thing.
This is phase 2, and here is the first sighting of the deflect mechanic in this game. It basically allows you to, if you get a timing on attacking or just throwing out a hitbox on projectiles in this game that are deflectable, and the timing is not very strict at all. It's very, very lenient, but it allows you to reflect and repel the projectile back and deal even more damage than your basic attack would have done.
Oh, nice. I think we actually saw that a bit on those knife throwing guys a little while ago as well.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And we got ourselves a double jump finally.
Awesome.
Yeah, so major upgrade to Renee's movement capabilities, and of course necessary for progressing in the game in general. Fun fact, this game, in terms of any percent, I guess we can talk about any percent now that it's appropriate. This game can be beaten in any percent with just double jump and slide. You actually don't need any other movement progression abilities.
Is that it? No. Thought he was going to give it to me.
Ooh, almost got the drop, yeah. Not quite the one we're looking for.
No.
But that being said, whether it's actually easy to beat the game with just double jump and slide, not necessarily.
Nice.
Oh, excellent.
There we go.
So azuarc has the drop he now wanted. The next steps are going to be to get some more enhancement material, which is what he just gathered right now, as well as some money and talent points that are around this area still.
And I'll grab a little experience along the way, but strictly speaking, I wouldn't need to go around this area now. I can save it for later, but I think it's better to do it now.
Yeah, the cool thing about Wildflowers is a lot of on-the-fly routing because of the random element, since you have to farm for enemy drops, and it allows you to decide where you take your route to based on when you got the drop and like where you ended up after getting the drops. It's really cool. But yeah, any percent. So we talked about this game having 10 endings. Any percent specifically targets the homecoming ending, which is considered to be the bad ending for the main character Renee, because that is the fast ending available in this game. And any percent's a category that is probably like the most active, or had been the most active as far as this game's speedrun goes. And it's very, very intense, especially on the advanced difficulty. Any small mistakes cost a large amount of time.
Well, for people who are being competitive with the lead times, you can definitely do some safeties and take it a little slower, but
Absolutely.
But the time that you and like Robbo and whoever else is at the top there, you're finishing this game in what, like 32, 35 minutes, something like that?
Wow.
Yeah, the homecoming ending, if you because you're basically allowed to just go straight to where the ending scene takes place. Yeah, 30 minutes is like, it's between like 35 minutes. We haven't really reached the sub 32-minute mark as cleanly as we want to right now, but it's going to be a goal for the future, at least for normal difficulty and advanced difficulty.
Yeah, but if you were looking at this game and you're thinking, boy, I really would like a long game that gives me a lot of exploration, then you can do it. And if you're looking for a game where you just want to get to the ending and move on, you can do that too. There's a lot of choices in that regard.
So what azuarc's doing right now, this game is basically like this area, this part of Emerald Falls, that is just a tutorial for how to like use the dive kick, pretty much. Like you can use it to bounce on enemies, and these little helicopter enemies are enemies you can't kill, but you can bounce off of on a cooldown. So it's just teaching you that, hey, you can use that for platforming certain sections.
I don't do it a whole lot with other enemies, but you can do it with basically any enemy.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to be seeing later, to sequence break part of a sort of mid-game area, but we get to that area relatively early compared to when we quote-unquote should be there. So using this dive kick technique to bounce off of enemies is going to be pretty important for making it through that area a lot more safely.
Okay.
Yeah, so more on other endings in this game. The Essential, that's a category I spent a lot of time on personally. That's also the category I ran at SGDQ this past year, or earlier this year rather.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a lot of what you do in the Essential is similar to any percent though. It's just that you have a lot harder of a final set of bosses, which honestly just makes that much of a difference as far as the overall run shapes out to be.
Nice, stop going out of the dive kick.
So yeah, now here we are in the columns. This is like the first watery area.
This is an area that we're going to spend all of like a minute in and we'll never see again.
Yeah, tragic.
This is good for like if you're doing a full run and you're going to be doing everything, but we're just needing to get through here. Oh, come on.
Okay.
Alright, fine, I'll do it from the other side. It's fine. Actually, I don't technically need that. I did grab the dew in Emerald. Nope, nope, let me in. There we go. Got it.
Nice recovery. Professional movement right there. You see, that's the cool thing about movement in this game. It's just so flexible and fluid. Really, if you can imagine it, you can probably do it. Renee is very mobile.
I believe that one of the most important aspects of a Metroidvania is how fluid the movement is, and this game is very fluid.
Fully agree. Alright, so now the name has been uncovered, the columns we're in. The echo you see as well also grants experience, so it's very nice. In fact, that's really the only reason we're even using the echoes. We don't really care that much about uncovering the name, but the experience is very, very important, and it gives a large amount of it.
Yeah, there's a particular point later where I'm going to talk exactly about how all the experience works. We'll get into that when we get to the archive, and we have all those echoes to grab.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for the time being, a drop down is made into a brief connecting traversal into Ashen Canyon.
Is that what the series is called?
Yeah, it's like, what is this area? We don't really care about it. We're already out of it. Who cares? We're now in Town of the Exiled. Town of the Exiled, we're going to see a lot in this run. A lot.
Stupid
This won't be the
amounts.
first time. Yeah. And this area honestly has pretty annoying enemies, so hopefully all is well. Especially on advanced difficulty, it's a bit of a pain. That's why it was good that azuarc got the armor from the armor vendor early on.
What I just did there is risky. Usually we don't even bother fighting those enemies. Because it can be a little dicey. Alright, got ourselves a new weapon. So for a little while we were not using a scythe. I picked up a katana, that is one of the other 6 weapon types in this game. But we are going to be back to using a scythe for a little while because it's the best thing available. For the main, like, any percent path, scythes are by far the weapon of choice just because of placement. There's some scythes that are in some really good places, and there are not really good options for other weapon types, but I personally prefer using katanas, so later on when it becomes an option again, I will be using a katana. Now we've got the RNG boss.
House,
good old boss.
This boss is kind of a choke point in the run, and that's why, again, the safety measures taken earlier are going to be very useful for this boss fight. But basically, the way she works, you have to like get her in this stun state as you continuously hit her, and then you apply some 1 damage, or then you get to apply some real damage, because otherwise you're only dealing 1 damage per hit, as you can see. But now we're in phase 2, and this is where she does enhanced versions of her previous attacks. This is the worst attack pattern you can see. It's unfortunate, very hard to dodge.
And
but
once she gets going on this, there's just too many projectiles to avoid. Alright, good, we made it. We made it. We're good.
Fortunately, he got to the end of the fight, so now basically this is a DPS check. Make sure that you hit her enough times. If you don't hit her enough times within a certain amount of time, she does an explosion, and it usually one-shots. Fortunately, that did not happen, and well done.
Just a little worried there for a second. Hello, Rosalia.
Yeah, so...
She's too talkative.
True, Rosalia. The reason we needed to fight Aus, she had a couple of boss drops. One of them that's very, very important is the Clammy Whistle. And this is a progression ability that will allow us to visit the overworld. It's basically a Monterey that we hop on and allows us to visit some other areas in this, like,
yeah, you want to talk about how long it takes you to play the game casually. What we're about to see is we're going to head to that manta ray, Fweet, technically called something else, but a lot of people call them... Oh! Okay, you know what, that's fine. That's fine.
Wow.
We're cool.
That did a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, that's actually not a big setback. The only thing that happens with dying, other than you have to obviously go back to a respawn point, is it resets your progress for experience in the level, but that doesn't really matter in this case because I had just recently leveled. So I just have to navigate this room a little differently. This is a scary area, though.
Yeah, fortunately in this game, there are autosaves upon death, so there's no need to fight the boss again that we just defeated. But yeah, so the other thing that Aus drops, other than the Clammy Whistle that we need for this overworld coming up here, is the key to the Room of Ritual, which is necessary for a later part of Town of the Exiled when we come back to it. But first, a boss fight. This is Crystallized Wolf. I'll let azuarc focus here because this boss can be a little scary. You can one-shot.
Funny thing is, because of the way I do this route, if I die to him once, it's actually not bad. This is the one boss I don't mind dying to, as long as it's only once.
Ooh, okay. Safe. Excellent. So here we are. The armor came in clutch there. Here's the little Monterey.
So here's Fweet. I got to this point about 10-12 hours to the game and I went, wait, this game has an overworld? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very unusual one too. But yeah, so the next stop here we're gonna make is at this little island. This island is part of what's known as Teardrop Island, or Teardrop Base, something like that. And basically the goal here for this first part is to hit a latch that unlocks the gate to the rest of the overworld. And there also happens to be at this part of the island something called a primeval glyph, which we have only one. You'll notice underneath the mana bar in the top left, there's this little icon. These icons are called primeval glyphs, and they represent how many heals that you can use until you get to a save point. These heals are separate from potions, though. Just keep that in mind. But we
What are
actually need
potions?
yeah, but we need these primeval glyphs for another purpose, and it's one of the requirements for the world flower. Basically, you need to collect a certain amount of primeval glyphs to be able to perform one of the endings that is like basically one of the steps towards getting the world flower ending. So right now we have one of those primeval glyphs, thankfully. So
Well, we start with one, so technically we have two.
yeah, but still a number of them to go. But here is a brief detour back to start a side quest with an important NPC known as Ethan, and it's not really like strictly required for the ending, but it's gonna help out a lot in terms of the payout that we get from completing the side quest. It gives us access to a new ability that will help keep things safe towards the latter portion of the run.
I do not feel comfortable with like endgame bosses without that particular upgrade. Maybe
Yeah.
it's possible to do without, but it basically cuts the time it takes to heal in half because you just stand there looking stupid for a second right now, and if I have that ability, it makes it go much faster. It's actually viable to use in combat. But the reason that I didn't mind if I would have died on that previous boss is because I have to run back and talk to Ethan in town anyway, so I just catch him on the way back rather than having to go back for him. Either way, it's a backtrack, so... Anyway, we're heading back out into Teardrop. Only this time we have this map area. We got like 4 different places we can go, but we're going to go into the hardest of them because we're masochists.
Yeah, so this is the first area that a lot of new players visit when they first play this game. It's like, whoa, it looks big, it's in the middle. It has to be the next area to go to, right? Well.
Turns out
This
it's
is
the worst
a-
possible choice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
is
want
like
them-
a level 50 area or so. It's
yeah.
pretty dangerous.
Weapon hunting, I bet.
Exactly. So the purpose of coming here really early, well, not only is it for a very cool weapon upgrade that is going to help out a lot for a portion of this run, and nice little sequence break there off the dragonfly. I always
nice.
love doing that. But also, there's going to be a lot of echoes in the central portion of Holy Grounds that will give some experience to allow us to bolster our level super early into the run. Because we're still, like, what, 20 minutes into the run right now? Almost 30 minutes.
35.
Oh, wow, time flies.
Yeah, this run goes very differently. Why did I fight you? I don't fight you here. That's stupid. Alright. But yeah, so we come here partially for the experience, partially for this weapon right here. Oh my gosh, I got too many little dragonflies coming after me. What's going on? Get out of here.
Nice little pogo dive kicks, though. This weapon is the Iron Scythe. Very, very strong difference in damage output that we're going to be seeing from here. And Iron Scythe not only improves our damage in this position, but it's also going to improve our HP pool. It's a non-trivial amount, too. And in this game, Speedrun, and as you can see, it actually played out right there, literally just as I
Wow,
said.
okay.
Yeah, near the one shot.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily see the HP upgrade in effect because you have to heal in order to get the HP
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
recovered.
going to
but
say, it looked like there was a part of your bar that was empty after getting the scythe.
yeah, but even then, like, it still gives the opportunity for the HP to be healed later on, which is something that we absolutely would like to have a lot.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'll let you focus for this one.
This did not go according to plan. Oh god.
Oh.
Dude, what's with that step
Oh.
back? Oh man. Alright, that's gonna be a bit of a time loss.
Yeah, the knight had a very. Yeah, that was hard because
Yeah,
the
no
knight
one
like
stepped
moved
by.
back. Yeah,
Yeah.
Alright, but
it's okay though.
you'll notice that that plant there that hangs down, it only took 3 hits to kill. Previously that was 5. So the Iron Scythe does make a big difference.
Yeah.
And that is the reason we come here. We know it's a high level area, we know it's a risk, but The reason we do it is because it will make the areas we go to afterwards much easier, and we have to come here eventually anyway, so we might as well do this first, even if it does come with a little bit of risk.
Yeah, and the other thing too, so I mentioned earlier about the difference in health pool being substantial. The difference in this game between being one-shot and two-shot by enemies, or even two-shot and three-shot, is massive in the speedrun. Some boss fights allow you to basically use a lot more consumable heals or primeval glyph heals, whereas, you know, if you get one-shot by them, you obviously don't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
It is possible to kind of do a dash through those guys and go real fast, but after what just happened, I'm feeling a little skittish.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically, if you keep your movement
Didn't
at a
work.
steady rhythm...
Oh.
I decided to try it and got punished for it.
Yeah, literally put you at, like, no health left.
Yeah, a pixel. It's scary. This area is very, very scary.
Yeah, throw magic pixel there.
Again, worth emphasizing, we're level 14. This area has enemies that are around level 50 or so. Ooh, another...
Oh yeah,
I do not ever see them do that. What the heck?
Yeah, the Rapier Knight got you again with the dash backward.
Alright, marathon luck. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I don't ever get hit by that, so... Wow, alright. Come on, little bug. One more time. Appreciate your service. Well, at least I'm getting to practice my movement in this area, I guess. Or something.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be the bosses that were going to give me trouble. No.
No, it's just extremely over-leveled enemies.
Yeah, and one thing too is enemies in this game deal their damage with a slight
I don't
variance.
like this setup. I don't like this.
Ooh, yeah, this is uncomfortable. Okay, you got this.
Ah, got it. All right.
Nice.
That did not go
Yeah.
the way it was supposed to, but we're there.
But yeah, basically damage by enemies is dealt in a range, so it can deal any damage value within that range, right? In the case of the knights, and in the case of every other enemy too, but especially the knights here, basically what we call is like a damage roll, and sometimes that damage roll can determine whether you live or whether you just
It
live
exactly
on like a
did that
pixel.
because if you recall, earlier I did get hit by one of those same attacks, and I had the magic pixel, and then the second time it happened, I was toast.
Yeah. So the second time, and especially you not even with just damage rolls, but also with the varying attacks that enemies have. Some of these attacks actually deal different amounts of damage, which of course may not come as a surprise necessarily, but it's certainly worth mentioning because there are certain attacks you just don't want to be hit by because they'll probably do more damage than other attacks.
No, you don't.
There you go.
I knew he was going to do that. I was like, they're really determined to do that thrust on me. All right, we made it. We're clear. All right, so this is where we talk about experience. So in this game, the way experience works is a little weird because they have this basically anti-power leveling mechanic in place where when you fight an enemy, watch when I kill this book, all right? I didn't see the experience on that. It was probably like 36 or something like that. The books can give 1,400 experience, yeah, 37. So the deal is that your experience is determined not just by the enemy, but also by the level of your character. That it's hard gated, and as a result, we don't get much experience for fighting these enemies. If I'm fighting them, it's largely for convenience sake. Get out of here.
You just have to kill a certain boss to get more higher non-gated level.
Well, what actually happens is not that way. If you notice these little glyph-looking things, these are called echoes, and they provide a little bit of lore, but more importantly, when we pick them up, they provide a flat amount of experience. It's not gated by the level system the way everything else is, so we like to get here as soon as possible because there's a lot of these in this area, and it's very lucrative. There's a lot of this flat experience that is not going to be subject to the leveling system. Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Snipes, jeez.
Okay, I'm not surprised that that attack went off. I'm surprised that it didn't get blocked by the platform above, because that's how I usually plan that. But, yeah, so obviously we're having some fun times with the regular enemies on this run here. But, because we grabbed these echoes here, we started in this area at level 14. We're already up to 20, and there's still some more to go. So we're going to grab a few quick levels here, and that's going to make getting leveling going much easier later. In part because now that we're higher level, the enemies that we fight are giving more. Like that mage there gave 47 experience that time, whereas before, are you It's supposed to hit the platform.
Man.
I was just sitting there waiting it out. I was like, yeah, okay, wait for the attack. Am I on like some kind of weird random seed that I've never seen before?
I don't know.
It feels like it. Dying 4 times to random enemies in Holy Grounds is not on the docket here. I did not have this planned into the estimate.
Advance doesn't hold back. It's tough, guys. And I think especially with the mages, the icicles being like prepared off screen as you're navigating up that platform is just incredibly mean.
Alright, come down.
There we go.
Come down. No, do not do that. Okay, hit her one more time. There we go. Alright. Played that extremely cautiously. Because everything is going wrong in this area.
And yeah, we can see that despite the armor, like the mage icicle attack earlier still one shot, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, taking contact damage from that mage would not necessarily have one shot. So that's again the difference in damage between different attacks of a character or of an enemy.
Alright, we made it. We did our thing.
Yes, excellent. So yeah, the whole point of that last part of Holy Grounds was to get the echoes, to get the experience that azuarc mentioned, and then also activate that last latch to break open a shortcut for later on.
But now that we're higher level and we have a good weapon, now we'll go to where we really should have been.
Yep. So the next area here is going to be Whispering Forest, and this is supposedly the area the game expects you to go to next after you make it to the overworld. The thing is, we're going to be going here with a very strong weapon, so a lot of these enemies won't really stand a chance with direct engagements. But we can't get complacent. They will still hit very hard, especially on advance.
Those guys explode, and they like one shot.
Yeah.
I don't trust those guys for a second. Otherwise, though, this is going to be should be a safer area. There's one gauntlet I'm a little worried about, but otherwise, this isn't going to be too bad of an area, hopefully.
Yeah, and this thing about gauntlets, again, we mentioned the necessity for talent points. We keep talking about it, but we have yet to really reveal what purpose they serve.
What the?
Sit tight on that one.
Not again.
Who's this? Looks just like
Why
me.
do we have... Yeah,
Why is
why
it
is there a
blue-haired Renee?
doppelganger?
What is going on?
Some story stuff. We'll get to that. It's a little all over the place.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so all of these gauntlets that we need to encounter, they're for talent points, and again, we'll get to the purpose they serve later. But
I didn't realize I hadn't even done a gauntlet yet, so nobody realizes what I'm talking about. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, gauntlets are like a consistent way to get talent points. I shouldn't say consistent. I mean, you can get talent points in many ways, but gauntlets provide another means of getting talent points. But again, we're going to need a lot of talent points.
We're going to need basically all the talent points there are in the game, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
For reasons that aren't clear now, but we'll talk about when we get to endgame. A lot of the things that you see me picking up along the way, when it looks like I'm deviating from the main path, there's a lot of things we need for the various endings. There's a bunch of different side quests that are related, and so I'm picking up a ton of things along the way during the course of this adventure that might otherwise be like, well, what's this item for? And I don't have the time to go into each one individually, but we've got memory shards, we've got broken mask fragments, and the glyphs, and a second kind of glyph, and of course the talent points. So there's lots of things we're picking up for purposes that are not immediately evident.
Yeah, and I must say, I really do admire you and the other runners of this category. There's so much to remember and like have in your head, not just for the routing, but like just in terms of the checklist of items and quest items that you need to beat the game. I've literally got like a full 2 pages of checklist items for this category just to make sure I don't forget anything. And azuarc's able to do it, keep it all in his head while performing the run. Like, I really do applaud you. It's not as easy as it might seem, guys.
I do have a sort of notes in backup. I keep for my hold on one second, doing my menuing here. I do keep a backup in terms of I'm running a live split, and I basically keep my notes in the live split. I have like 300 splits or something silly like that, just to make sure I don't forget anything. But I have not really been using that this run. I've just been kind of mashing the go to next split button like periodically. Oh, be mean. Why are you so mean?
So here's the first gauntlet we've encountered so far.
Ooh. Get the hit in, please. Come on. Wow. Alright. This is the one that always gives me trouble. It's not even the beginning phases that are usually the scary ones.
Yeah, these enemies have very dangerous combinations of attacks.
The one I'm really worried about is the next set, though.
Putting them all in the same room, this one tight room, is just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Get away from me! Get away from me! Nope, nope, we're going to the other side.
Safe. Well navigated. Yeah, the fact that you have to activate these platforms every time after you hop on them is a lot of trouble.
Right. Victory.
Well done. As you can see, talent points picked up there. There was also another weapon called Scythe of Abyss, but honestly, not needed.
Does not compare. Does not compare because it's from a lower level area.
Right.
Kind of funny that, Scythe of Abyss is somehow weaker than just a random iron scythe you found.
Yeah, I'm not really clear on the naming conventions here, but...
But yeah, coming up very shortly, there's going to be a boss fight against a boss known as Failure. And no, I'm not joking about this name. His name is actually Failure. This game has some pretty funny boss names sometimes.
Yeah, we did have Lost a little while ago.
Well, Loss I'm not sure about, but Failure is actually explicitly named Failure for that reason, because he is a failed lab experiment. So there is a reason why he's named Failure. Alright, what can I...
Yeah, it's not like his given name at birth or something. Or perhaps it was, but not by... Anyway, not by traditional means. But yeah, so the purpose of this boss fight is Failure guards the next major progression ability, which is wall jump or wall climb. And this will increase Renee's movement capabilities substantially. Like, we're gonna actually be able to scale up some of these walls that previously were unable to actually travel up along. And also, this will unlock, like, in terms of the difference of areas that we can now reach with this new progression ability, it's massive. Like, there's gonna be a lot of new areas that are gonna be available to us to be able to reach. And honestly, it's a little overwhelming for a lot of people. It's like, wow, there's so many branching paths.
As far as I'm concerned, it's basically the point that opens up the game, which is not a surprise because it's the same thing in Hollow Knight. Right, when you get the Mantis Claw, basically everything opens up.
Yeah, Failure doing his funny stuff, zipping around. We're chilling though. You'll notice that we're doing a ton of damage to Failure. Failure is a boss that doesn't have a lot of defense, so that's where the high attack of Iron Scythe is going to shine, especially because we're in an area where Iron Scythe frankly outmatches the enemies. So
yeah, I was gonna say we do have a pretty good weapon for this point.
Exactly right.
So speaking of Hollow Knight, the wall climb works basically the exact same way. come over here and open this for probably no real reason, but I like to have this wall opened just in case.
Yeah, again, some of the routing has to be improvised based on, or not has to be, but some of the routing in this category you can improvise based on what area you want to tackle next or what drops you got at what time. Just because there's some enemies that, there are like multiple kinds of enemies that give the drops that you need for progressing for this category.
There's not a lot of that. There's really only 2 cases of that. There's here, and then there's the one in the Plane of Sky, or whatever it's called. Sky Palace.
Sky Palace. But it is an option available.
I love how they handle dark rooms in this game, except I also kind of hate how they handle dark rooms in this game. With the fog.
That's our first sighting of it. So you can see like it's very misty and we can only see a short radius around us. But in reality, the vision isn't too obscured, as you can see. We can still see the majority of the screen quite well.
It does hurt my eyes after a while, though.
And you can still perfectly see the high level indicators, even with the fog.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be of great help, especially for when we go back to Town of the Exiled later on. Yeah, but just in case any of you are wondering, know that fog does not do poison damage, so that's a relief.
Yeah, I was convinced I was convinced it did the first time I got to Town of Exiled and I encountered that. I was like, uh-oh, am I safe here? I better not do this.
Yeah, definitely have that poison color to it.
I backed down and was like, I better not go through this area. I'll wait until I get an upgrade that lets me through safely, because it's Metroidvania. And that's exactly what you do in, like, Ender Lilies, for example, but not here.
Yeah, so what azuarc just did, he went through a portal after talking to an NPC, like a little robot NPC, and all the robot did was open up this, the portal to the next area, which is called Forest Forgone. And Forest Forgone has a couple of objectives, but those objectives won't be able to be cleared without first fighting this boss. And this is our first encounter, or this is our first boss encounter with this boss known as Unstoppable Devil. But it's a character we spotted earlier in the run before. Her name is 42. And she ends up, trapping this this ode, I guess.
Dude is now crystal. Oh, that's not how I wanted to do that. Got lucky.
But yeah, this boss fight, it's interesting. There's a couple of attacks that we don't want to see because they waste a lot of time. For example, the Ice Rain attack, which is what she just did.
This is always going to happen once, though. Oh god. Wow. Actually weaved through there. That was not a good pattern. But it's not a hard fight. Once you know what you're doing, it's very easy. Not to say that I don't ever die, but there's so many bosses in this game that it's inevitable I will die to something at some point. Okay,
boss or even regular enemies.
Oh, freaking explodey. I hate these mosquitoes.
Yeah.
How do I get down here? Alright, you know what? You know what? There. Let's just do it again.
And there's stuff right there.
Thankfully the save tree is...
I was like, the tree's right here. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Let's reset this. Oh, and I don't even care about the experience. I'm not worried about it.
So one thing about Forest Forgone is that, as you can see, these enemies hit very hard, don't they? It's a slightly higher level than Whispering Forest, so that's why. But a lot of these enemies also fire exploding projectiles, or they like do something on death. You saw the mosquito earlier that, it like released like a death rattle after it was defeated. Yeah,
if the other one hadn't
that.
followed me, I wouldn't have had to worry about it, but unfortunately.
So what was just picked up? The Broken Mask. Very, very important quest item. Just picked up. This is one of the 5 what we call mask fragments or mask shards that are necessary in order to complete a.
Oh, shit.
Basically, the best way to think of it is like it completes a quest item set, but
we
you
will
need
not
5
be doing
pieces
until the very end of the game.
Yeah. But this was the first of its kind collected, so I just wanted to point it out.
Okay.
But yeah, this is upper force for Gone now. There's gonna be a boss fight pretty soon. Not like immediately, but
I'm worried about getting to the tree first.
sure
Not
thing.
gonna lie. Right now is not a good situation for me.
Yeah, the health situation is uncomfortable. But yeah, pretty soon there's gonna be a boss encounter with a boss known as Xeno Watcher, and that boss guards another progression ability, which is basically a ground smash or ground break. It's like a, you know, like a meteor smash kind of.
Okay.
If you're thinking of the Smash series.
It's Desolate Dive.
Yeah,
For Hollow Knight people, it's Desolate Dive.
functions similarly.
But I did a practice run yesterday, and the one boss that gave me trouble, every other boss I one-shot, no problem. Xenal was not cooperating. And it's not to say that Xenal is like the hardest boss in the game. It certainly is not, but I had to do like 4 or 5 attempts on this guy yesterday, so I'm hoping that this goes a little better.
Yep. And yeah, we now have a third primeval glyph. Sacrifice was just collected. Still 10 more to go for this run. But here's the boss. The boss is a little weird, to say the least. There's a lot of attacks that can waste time, such as this one. There's a lot of attacks you can also get a lot of hits on it against, but you have to really be present in mind. You can't really sit comfortable.
This
against
attack
boss.
always is a problem.
Yeah.
Slash. Slash. Do the thing. Alright, phase 2. Now the attacks get a little more severe. Didn't do the staff. I thought he was going to raise the staff. Alright. Slash. Shield. Probably going to do the dash right after it. Nope. That is the move I'd hate when he does. So I have to be very cautious about where my movement is. Slash, slash. There's the dash. This attack is so annoying in phase 2.
Yeah. The jumps are very precise to make sure you don't get hit by the explosion of the wand.
Yeah.
What are you doing? There you are. Okay. Sure. Just need like one more hit. One more hit. Come on.
Yep.
There we go.
Well
There
done.
you go.
Excellent.
Alright, that's revenge for yesterday.
Awesome. So yeah, now the Plate of Kingworm. This is ground break acquired. This is basically a key, but it also has a secondary function of allowing for dews to be broken in one go. Basically, you use the ground break and the dew is just like has all of its currency come out like immediately. So that's actually going to speed up every subsequent dew that's collected for the rest of the run.
Yeah, I didn't know
Pretty
that
nice.
until recently. Robbo had to tell me that.
Oh yeah. It's very nice. But yeah, so coming up is, and again, Plate of the Kingdom, I already mentioned it's going to be used like a key. There's a couple of breakable ground in the game that you have to use the ground break on. And one of those is needed to get to a memory shard, which is another quest item that's required for this category.
Okay.
Memory shards are also the quest items that you collect for the essential category, which is what I mentioned some time ago. And that category is, it represents the good ending for Renee.
Come on, bunny.
Whereas
He didn't do his
the
thing.
World Flower is like, you know, the true ending, so to speak, for the overall game, like the 100%. So now this is Silent Coast. Silent Coast, the goal here is to get to the boat and take a trip across the misty waters to reach our mentor who's across.
What are you talking about? The goal of this game has become learn how to swim. I don't know if if you know this, but the actual goal of this game all along has actually just been to learn to swim. That's all Renee has ever wanted in her life. She is doing a cross-world trip just to find somebody who will be willing to teach her the best way to do freestyle.
I'd believe it.
Because
Yeah,
basically it's what
truthfully-
ends up happening when you get to Field of Hyrule. Yeah. Is we learn
Yeah.
the swim met. But the reason why this is significant is because in this world, you can't safely touch water. I don't know how they swim, or how they drink rather, but for whatever reason, water is very different in this world. It contains the souls of everybody in the world.
Yeah, that's why you've been seeing like a lot of times when we touch water, it becomes like damaging, and you know we get sent back, right?
If I had
Like-
touched any of these clam streams, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, and similarly, enemies that touch water also usually die or take damage, so it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I got a free level from an enemy that died off screen. You might have
Oh,
noticed
neat.
that.
Oh, didn't even see that. Nice.
Yeah, it's always funny. Yeah, so what Azuarc's gonna be doing next? Silent Coast has a progression item, or not progression item, quest item that's necessary for an artifact we want to create later on. One of the pieces for this artifact we already have. That was the binding string that we needed to farm from an enemy drop in Emerald Falls from the spiders.
Oh my god, everything
but-
wants to kill me.
Yeah, all these bubbles. Oh my goodness.
Alright, fine, I'll kill you. Since you asked so nicely.
But yeah, this next like component of the artifact we want to make it lies right up here. It's called the Water of Equilibrium.
Psst, I think that's a
And-
mimic. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
It has the
Maybe.
red icon, perhaps.
Ooh.
So yeah, we just got the Water of Equilibrium. This is fortunately not something you need to farm. It's just there, so we just take it and leave. It's like, oh, nice. But yeah, we're gonna need that for an artifact, as an artifact material for later on.
I think it'd be more accurate to say it's needed for a spell that we're gonna learn. 'Cause it's
Yeah.
it's part of the Soul Invade spell, which ends up being... It's part of a side quest that the game doesn't tell you that it's important, or even that the quest is there, but it ends up being massively important in like 4 other places in the game.
Yeah, basically we need it. No escape in that one. There was no escape either for Runic Guardian there. Not even a boss that's really worth talking about, to be honest. But
The only footnote
guard-
about Runic Guardian is we'll see him again later as just a random enemy.
Okay.
but yeah, it guards the way to the boat dock that we need to get to.
Speaking of the boat dock, I better open the map.
Yes, I should. Yeah, Good remembering.
Yeah.
That's a
There's-
very important thing. Yeah, go for it.
It's subtle. You wouldn't expect me opening the map to be like important, but there's actually a glitch that has killed many a run in this game. It's much more impactful for the any % run, but I've gotten hit by it occasionally too. Where we're gonna get to a boat in a second, and there's a ghost sailor that spawns, and sometimes he just doesn't spawn. And we've been trying to figure out for a long time how to create that, make him spawn, make him not spawn, what the magic is, and it turns out that if we just open the map as we're coming down here, we don't run into a trouble. But anyway, this is our first boat ride, which means it is a chance for us to catch our breath. Are there any donations or anything?
We don't have any right now at the moment. I can tell you a bit about Take This, which we're doing speedrunning for. Take This is a mental health nonprofit, and our main mission is to inform the gaming community about mental health issues, provide education on different disorders and prevention techniques, introduce the overall stigma around mental illness. You have a link to their website right here, along with some of the resources they offer. So if you want to go check those out in chat, you can check that out. And also, Margaret Ann is giving us a link to donate if you want to donate to them. We have a few different incentives that you can donate to today. There's an upgrade to 100% for the Magic Shrehanzer Zaid run coming up. Upgrade 100% for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. A bid war to name the main character of Mystic Quest. And then a few that are coming up tomorrow, like making Castor Cat Ears and Cassette Beast. Back to you guys.
Okay, so we are in the easternmost area. We have been on a mission to just go east the entire game, as you've noticed. But we will not be going east anymore. We did have to go across that boat ride to get here, unfortunately, and that's a little annoying because it's basically an unskippable cutscene that you just sit there and waste 30-45 seconds on. I don't know, I haven't timed it, but it's a while. But we're going to meet our mentor here. Hey, she's alive, thanks to 42. But she is very talkative, as you can see. She just does not shut up. Even when we try to walk away, she still keeps trying to talk to us. And then we have basically the god of water here, who teaches us how to swim. So yay, now we can swim. Our lifelong goal has been achieved. Up until now, if you go in water, you dissolve, like you're a bunch of sodium. So now we can safely go in the water, and that is going to be obviously a progression of sorts.
Yeah. And you'll notice the movement in water is very similar to movement normally, and that's something that sets apart this game as well in a very unusual way. But it's really nice, honestly.
It's a little slower, but it's basically, it treats it as you're always touching ground. So you basically, it refreshes your jump constantly, which is why I'm doing this ridiculous flapping motion.
Yeah.
That's basically the animation for the double jump.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of things that were done in the dialogue that we went through with the two NPCs earlier. Eros gave us something called the magic letter to Owl, as well as a key to Teardrop Base.
I'm going to here. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the magic letter to Owl is something that we need in order for Owl to be able to teach us a spell called the Soul Resonance Barrier Ritual, and this allows us to perform a process that will allow for Renee to recover her memories. But we'll get to that once we actually get to that point where we speak with Owl. But you do need the magic letter to Owl that Eros gave us, the mentor. The other thing she gave us, the key to Teardrop Base, is something that is used to unlock another island on that little Monterey overworld. That will allow us to fight a boss that drops a mask fragment. And if you guys have your checklist out along with me, I already mentioned we need 5 mask fragments in order to have the quest item associated with the mask fragments that allows us to get the ending that we're setting our sights on here. But that would be the second mask fragment if we were to include that in the current mask fragments that we have right now.
So just as an update, you might notice this is an area we've been to. We're doing a little bit of backtracking temporarily, just because there's some areas we can now get to for some items that were available. Not important quest items or anything. Oh, you hit me a little harder than I expected. That's okay. Those guys are annoying. Why are you right on the edge? Why do you have to be like this? Yeah, you get down there. See how you like it. It's pretty much automatic you're going to get hit by them, so I don't even try to avoid it. But I just went to put myself in a position to get them afterwards. That one guy was not having it.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a backtracking section, which will then lead to us doing a higher level area in a half a second. But for right now, we are just grabbing some things that were left behind, because now we know important things like how to swim.
Yep.
And we are impressing everyone with our ability to swim.
And
double jump, and slide, and wall jump, but, you know, mostly swim.
Yeah, one additional thing, so, ooh, nice, Shard of Divine Leaf. That's like a component to improve our health pool.
It's a heart piece.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so we have, as you can see under the mana bar, we have another heal. We have another primeval glyph. This was given us by Samsara. She gave the primeval glyph along with swim. How kind of her.
Yeah.
We're gonna need that.
Oh, I hit the button, but okay.
So nice. Just one shot these knights now.
Poor early game boss.
Yeah.
Okay. So I only fought him because he drops a talent point. Oh, I don't need that. That gives like 10 experience. That's nothing at this point.
Hmm.
Oh, missed. There we go. So, we're going through this area. There are some things that we could... Oh, hi. I was expecting him to die. That's cool. We are basically going back and getting some stuff, and we will now do a little bit of quest-related important stuff. This is the real reason we came here, is to grab these items. There's a quest item, there's a upgrade, which I'm going to probably equip. I should do that right now before I forget, because I always forget to equip stuff. Like I forgot to equip this ring here when I picked it up earlier. And, yeah, so we're heading up into a high-level area after this. I don't need that. And this higher-level area is not really where we're supposed to go. We're supposed to continue in that library area that I was in earlier at the end of Holy Grounds. But the thing about that is that the path ahead is guarded by one roadblock of a boss known as Valo. Now, if you are good, you can beat Valo. And in the any percent run, that is exactly what Karushi does. He just goes in there and fights Valo and doesn't think twice about it. However, there is a way we can make the fight against Valo way simpler. And that's by fighting an even harder boss.
Makes sense.
Yeah, right? I would argue that in terms of actual challenge factor, the other boss is probably less, but it's a higher level boss, and so we do need to be a little cautious in this area, because once again we are into a section where the enemies are going to be really putting the hurt on us.
Yeah, so at this point, again, if you guys are keeping track of the quest item checklist, we have 2 out of 5 of the mask fragments right now. The second one was just acquired in Rainbow Plains when we made our trip back there. That was the green little area. We're now in Goliath Fall, and the boss that azuarc mentioned that we're about to fight, known as, I think, Reaping Scythe or something. Yeah. This boss will give a drop that will upgrade our dash to allow it to have iframes. It's really, really nice.
Oh, nice.
And it has an additional purpose that's progression related. You guys see these red barriers that we're running across in this area right now. These red barriers you cannot pass through normally, but with
the iframes.
Yeah, with the iframes though, it becomes possible to pass through them. So this boss fight is actually very important to do as soon as we can, because there's going to be a number of progression related things that are locked behind red barriers. So getting I think it's called Crimson Cape or something like that. I don't remember what it's called, but
something like
basically, yeah, basically getting this iframes dash as early as possible is actually to our benefit, because it is pretty out of the way. Like right now we're in like the upper left of the map, kind of, and this area is relatively secluded. I mean, even as far as this game standards though, secluded, when I say that, it doesn't really mean secluded, because the interconnectivity of areas in this game is pretty good overall.
It's not Hollow Knight, but it's pretty good as far as other games go.
Yeah.
And if you're a little lost, you can check out Demigen's map. He maps out this whole thing, and it's an enormous map. And you'll see that we have a very huge area to cover. And I just got myself a new weapon, and it is not a scythe, so I am very happy. I'm gonna max upgrade that right away. This is a high-level area, and of course the reason we come to high-level areas is to get new weapons, because they will be dramatically overpowered. So, now that we have ourselves a new weapon, but the way I usually fight with a katana is involving jump attacks. So you're going to see me basically only ever jump attack from now on. I'm saying goodbye to scythes from now on. I'm like, scythes, who needs them?
Yeah, friendship ends up with scythes. Now katanas are my new friend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anybody who is even remotely a weeb knows that katanas are the best weapons, so...
Yeah, true.
But, it's funny because the boss I'm about to fight does use a scythe.
The other cool part about katanas in this game. I think the game calls it blade. Oh my goodness.
Doesn't matter, I'm alive.
But yeah, and you can see this portion apparently is a reference. I don't know what it refers to, but if any of you have played an action game before, or a specific action game before, then it'll probably be familiar. I think it is referencing that action game. But anyway, so the blade.
I think
it
somebody
has an
told me
air
it was a
attack.
reference to Elden Ring or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I
don't know.
heard.
I haven't really played that myself.
I haven't touched Elden Ring, so I can't speak for that. But that's what I think Robbo told me yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, but the air attack for the blade hits twice, so it actually deals your attack damage twice. It's so funny, but obviously we're gonna make use of that. So here's the boss, Reaping Scythe. Pretty tough fight, especially with our current level.
Yeah,
Goliath
it's not going to be an
Ball.
easy fight.
I think Goliath falls like a level 70 area,
Something like that. So one of the things that's really tricky about this fight is that every other boss has a very clear and obvious tell for when they enter the next phase. This guy has 3 phases, and you have no idea when he's going to do them, other than he just suddenly does the upgraded versions of the attacks. So I have to watch out here. There it is, yep. Remember before he did that, he only went once, now he's going twice. So I gotta watch out. But pretty much everything he does almost one-shots me. So I basically have to fight this guy flawless, which there's a reason I've practiced this boss more than like any other in the game. Yep, do your thing. This attack, I have to stay on the ground or else I get sucked in. Get jump that always used to get me.
Yeah, and it's as far as the blade is concerned, the Prism Gale that we're using right now, it's not just about that air attack that hits twice, but it's also about the fact that we are much more mobile in the air while we're using the blade's jump attack, because it allows us to still move horizontally during the animation. So that's very useful for these bosses where you have to be really active while getting the hits in, and that's going to be a recurring theme for a lot of late game bosses in general.
So this is phase 3, which is really just phase 2 with a couple extra tricks, but gotta stay away from that. Yeah, the only thing about the jump attacks is sometimes you get caught in the air when you need to have a jump, and so I can get caught on that. And so usually when I die to this guy, it's because I got caught off guard and I didn't have a jump available when I needed one.
Yeah.
Because I used my double jump to get extra attacks in. Alright, we're almost there. It's going pretty well so far. Famous last words. 1, 2, 3. Nice.
Nice.
Nice
GG.
job.
Excellent. So now we have the red dash, the crimson cape, and our dash has iframes. We can see, as you can see, we passed through that barrier. And whoa, what did we just get? A new outfit? No way.
Cool.
So now I look like blue-haired Renee from earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, outfits in this game are not just cosmetic. They actually do apply some slight stat bonuses or debuffs in some cases. So it's non-trivial.
Alright, so having done that, remember I mentioned there was that roadblock boss earlier. Well, now that we have this ability, we're gonna head in her direction. Also, these books are now giving 323 experience, which is like 10 times as much as they were earlier.
Nice.
They actually become worth killing.
So another thing too about the boss that's upcoming. First, by the way, Azuarc is going up to talk with Owl just for a little bit.
Owl's our
Have a
bud,
nice
and we haven't
cordial
said
chat.
hi to him once. Yeah,
Yep.
I actually am going to talk to Owl for 2 different reasons. So I'm actually going to talk to him once, and then I'm going to basically reload and do it again.
First, a gauntlet just for some talent points. And I can assure you guys, we'll get to the talent points issue momentarily. We're still not quite ready to talk about it, but a little more time now and we'll be able to. So the boss that's after we talk with Owl, known as Valor the First Night, I think a lot of speedrunners find her to be one of the hardest bosses to learn in the game, in the whole game, not even like just the speedrun, but the whole game.
I think she's the hardest boss.
Yeah, but also just like one of the most fun and satisfying bosses.
It's a very well done boss. It took me a long time. I was very frustrated the first like 60 times I died to her, or however many it was. It took me a lot to get through her the first time, and I left and come back a couple times, but she is a very well-designed boss fight, I will admit that.
So yeah, that cutscene that just played, that was basically the initial portion of learning what's called the Soul Resonance Barrier Ritual. But the issue is that it got...
spell. Oh, wait,
yeah.
I'm sorry, that's technically something else, but they're...
Slightly different, but similar.
Sorry.
No, all good. Yeah, but the thing is, it got interrupted by triple question marks.
Curse you, triple question marks.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we have to resume it in a different spot, and the exact spot we resume it at has to be in a place known as the Cradle, because that's the only other place in the game where we can actually perform the ritual.
So that's where we're trying to go. But Valo's in the way.
Valo was guarding the path towards that. The devs knew how important that was. And actually, the Cradle, the location where the Cradle is location where you perform 3 endings in this game. All 3 of those endings related to the main character, Renee. So very, very important story stuff.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna agree to do Owl a favor so that I can get this out of the way, because I have to go back and forth between him and that earlier place we were in, Town of the Exiled, about 300 times. So we're just getting one of those out of the way now, rather than making a separate trip later.
So yeah, up next, coming the Valo fight. Lots to talk about for this boss. I'll try to break it down starting right now so that I can let azuarc focus when the fight actually gets intense. But basically, the boss has a lot of attacks, and sometimes they'll do enhanced versions of its attacks. It'll be telegraphed by a yellow glow, and basically, the yellow glow enhanced attacks are usually additional hits or additional damage or what have you. So azuarc has to be really, really careful to make sure to dodge those enhanced attacks. But the enhanced attacks are also opportunities to deal even more damage in the fight, so typically we want to see them, as it turns out. Because they're longer in duration, so it's like more opportunities to deal damage, basically. Yeah, so far so good. It's really nice to have the Crimson Cape.
Oh, it's very nice. I couldn't do it the way you do it.
Yeah, I mean, this helps a lot, though, because you get opportunities to hit Valo where you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Why is my... There, the heal finally went off. Alright. 1, 2... So, basically what really happens with this fight is Valo has a whole bunch of attacks, but has 2 different versions of them, and one you can call the Phase 1 attack, and one you can call the Phase 2 attack. And in Phase 1, she sometimes does the Phase 2 attack, and it's hard to tell immediately which is going to happen, unless you're watching for that telltale glow, which is the indication the Phase 2 version's coming out. We are going to see a Phase 2.
Spoilers.
Yeah, right? Sorry. But turns out she actually has 2 health bars. Because, you know, 1 health bar wasn't hard enough. We got to keep going. But now she only does the upgraded versions, and that's actually easier because now I know what to expect from her without having to think very hard about it.
Yeah, speedrunners actually like much more Phase 2 because it's more consistent and it's actually easier to get punishes on her attacks because, again, the enhanced attacks have longer duration, so it's just more opportunities to land hits. Although you still have to be careful because everything does high amounts of damage.
Like that.
And the other thing too is you'll notice that her defense is massive right now. We're not doing as much damage to her, but that's because she's actually damaging herself over time. As you can see, her health bar is gradually being reduced.
On its own. Yeah, I could just sit still and do nothing if I wanted to, and she would eventually You know, if I just survive the attacks, it's fine. So I can just like hang out over here, and she'll be like, "Oh, I'm losing my health. What do I do?" She's almost down to the end. Oh, yeah, that's not. I guess if I'm staying over here, you can't see it, but she's charging up an attack that she does when she's about to die. You basically have to stand at the edge of the screen, or you get one shot. That will slaughter anybody in the middle of the screen. But all right, that's Valo.
Nice.
Congrats, well done, well done. Yeah, it's nice to have the extra primeval glyphs too, because as you can see, it allows you to heal mid-combat. You do sacrifice DPS, but it's important to stay alive because you obviously save much more time by not dying. Yeah, with Valo down, we can now proceed onward towards the south end of the map. But first, we're making
Quick
a
detour.
very
short detour.
Very, very brief detour. You see this little icy area. We're not actually gonna visit that area just yet. A little too early for that, but we're gonna go back to it later. But for now,
So we're basically in the catacombs under the archive, but what we're going to find out very soon is that there is only one thing we fought Valo for. It's a very simple little detail. You think that, oh, Valo was this big enabling boss, lets us do all kinds of stuff. No, not really. When you get right down to it, there's one thing that fighting Valo lets us do, and it's kind of anticlimactic, if I'm being honest. All it does is it lets us hit this switch. That's what Valo lets us do.
sad.
Yeah.
For all the hype that she received, and that's all she does.
That's all she does. She lets us hit the switch.
But yeah, either way, we're going to be passing by these very wonderful looking relics and artifacts in the background. This game has such great art, such great visuals.
And it has very deep lore to it. I probably should point this out at this point. If you are familiar with Mossbag's mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight, that's like a 40-minute video that gets into explaining what exactly is happening in Hollow Knight, because the game isn't very upfront about it. And so people need that to actually understand. Although, at least with Hollow Knight, when you get to the end of, like, all the endings, you kind of have a better feeling. But this game is even harder to tell what's happening. And so somebody made a video like that one. It is 2.5 hours long, no filler. It needs every minute of it to explain what's happening in the lore of this game. And I will tell you, when I watched that video, I had no idea about, like, 70% of it.
Man.
So this game, it has an interesting way of telling its story. Some of it is that it's translations, and some of it is questionably how it's written or how it's presented, but then some of it's just like they went out of their way to do the Dark Souls thing, basically, where stuff's hidden in item descriptions, and you have to piece stuff together from background art and the like, so... So
Yep,
yeah, the lore is very involved, very complex, and I'll have to try to tell you the story about it, or maybe Karushi can later, but for right now, we are... Suffice to say, this is an area of very important significance. We have to grab a key so we can hit the other end of the map, and one of the most important spots in terms of the lore is this tablet in the background right here, which I'm not going to probably talk about again for a very long while, but in fact, let's just shortcut up here. But that's all for my lore tidbits for right now for the story. I'll just keep teasing that.
Okay.
But yeah, we just picked up another primeval glyph. That was Hydro. The names of the glyphs are mostly aesthetic and lore related, but in any case, we're in Sunken Sanctum. You can see that there are no enemies in this area. There's not a single enemy in this area. There's going to be a boss later, but it's not in this part of Sunken Sanctum. It's in the lower portion known as God's Hall, which we needed a key to get to. But anyway, all these electrical cube hazards we have to make sure not to get hit by, because they do send us back pretty far if we get hit by them. So azuarc's just taking his time to get past these. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to that lower portion of Sunken Sanctum known as God's Hall. We're going to grab the save tree there because it allows us to go back to it later, but we're actually not going to do anything else here beyond that for the time being. But going here going here a bit early does save some backtracking. Because
There
we're
actually is a
already-
very important reason why we came down here, and it's not at all obvious.
Yeah.
We came down here, it's going to seem like we came down here just to get the save point for later, but actually, if you were paying attention while Cruci was explaining that we had picked up one of the glyphs, Hydro, I actually picked up a second glyph called Sorrow. And that one, in addition to being a regular healing glyph, it does do one other thing. And that is that it allows us to access an area of a map that we would not previously have been able to get to. And so we're going to take advantage of that. But first, we need one additional thing to be able to use that area. So, I'm about to fight a high-level boss, a kind of tricky boss, but not actually. I'm going to check where my talent points are at, because I can probably upgrade some stuff. This guy is, his name is Gongor, and he has this ability to petrify things, and we actually want to claim that for ourselves, because we want to unpetrify some things. Which sounds a little weird, but just roll with it for now. So,
It makes sense. They have stoned flesh.
Right, so we're going to get to this guy. He's not a boss that most people enjoy fighting, or seems like it's appropriate to fight at this point, because he's really high level. But as you can see, we've already fought some high level bosses, so we're not exactly going to shy away from that. We just have to get to him. He's in that cloudy area that we were in earlier. So I just have to work my way back up to there. And as far as technique goes, he's not actually hard if you do it right. But he's basically, do you even slide, bro, the boss? Because if you know how to slide, you can beat him very easily, as long as you kind of stick to his patterns. But as soon as you deviate from that, he gets very hard, because he has two attacks that we do not want to see. One he will do eventually, given enough time, and the other he does if we back away. That was not what I was supposed to do. I'm being stupid. I need to stay under him and slide for everything that he does.
Yeah, so, and while azuarc is doing this boss, more about the purposes of fighting this boss. The drop it gives is called the Eye of Gongor, and this is going to be used to cure Petrify from certain things. Let's just say things for now. I don't want to spoil it.
Things.
But basically, we got the primeval glyph earlier, known as Sorrow, and the area that unlocks is an area we've already been to. It's the eastern portion of Field of Hydro, and by going there right now, we'd be able to actually progress a major amount in terms of the progress we're making the speedrun. But we might as well also get the Eye of Gongor, because it'll allow us to progress even further by the time we get there. So that's where we're gonna head over right now, Field of Hydro. And once we use the Eye of Gongor on the thing that we're gonna use it on, you'll see there's gonna be some cool events that take place and allow us to reach a new area too. That's on all the way the other side of the map.
Yep, go all the way from east end to west, which will be very lore appropriate when you see what's happening.
For now, enjoy the music though. This is one of my favorite themes in the game, Field of Hydra's theme. So enjoy listening to it. Very resolute and peaceful.
Oh yeah.
So this is the barrier that glyph opens up for us. You would never know that that's what it does. There's one little hint that says something with that echo there about, it mentions the word sorrow, and that's your only clue. So I don't know how people figured this out, other than they just kind of ran around and did stuff, but it does at least show the item above your head the way it does when you use a key. So I guess that's about as good as we can do.
So here comes the thing. We use the Eye of Gongor on it, and whoa, a bird?
A bird? This is the sunbird, basically.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna take us on a trip. This is a glorified cutscene, or a loading screen, sorry. But basically, it's gonna take us all the way to the west end of the map in an area known as Scorchware. Scorchware is very scary. It's probably the scariest area we're gonna come across up to this point of the run. Not in the whole run, but at this point in the run, at least, this is the scariest area so far.
Although I had kind of a time getting through through honor or holy grounds. I don't think it'll be quite that bad.
But yeah, one thing I should mention right now, we already have a new progression ability, and there's a primeval glyph as well. But a new progression ability we just collected was Super Jump. Super Jump, in many ways, is like, honestly, it's probably the best movement ability. If you just want to think about like what it does. Yeah,
I bet.
You basically get infinite vertical height, like as many times as you want. You can super jump as many times as you want, and the super jump duration is really long itself, but even if it runs out, you can just do it again in midair, and it goes so fast.
You're gonna see me using it to evade bosses, basically, because it's very helpful for that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
All is well.
Nothing's wrong with that. I got the thing I needed from there. We can leave.
That is true.
Was I close to a level? Did anybody notice?
I didn't see.
Yeah.
Why would you? You weren't expecting me to die there, but...
Yeah, that's why.
Scorchware enemies are a menace. A lot of them explode on death, so you have to be really careful. Kill them and then run away, pretty much.
The ones they've spawned, you can kind of run away from and be like, yeah, I don't need to bother, but that's only if it's reasonable to get past them, which kind of isn't in this room. Alright, so it turns out I was about half a level.
So yeah, you see like these little helicopter things again, but notice this time that they have like fire above them. Take note of that. We actually cannot bounce off of them in the same way we bounced off of the previous helicopter enemies.
Nope, I already tried once.
Yeah. So just take note of that for now. I'll mention it again once we're able to, but for the time being, we're not able to. But deeper we descend into Scorchware, and what we're going to be doing now, we're going to get a couple of dues that we see because they're right here. But the main thing we're going to do with Scorchware right now is we're going to talk to this ferryman. And this will allow us to take another boat trip.
Oh boy, another boat trip!
Yeah, game and boats. But it's going to be another boat trip that will allow us to progress further. But more importantly, there's a couple of quest items. Or I guess one quest item that we just basically get right off the gate. Because it's it's located at one of the boat stops that we can just get to right now. So that's something that azuarc's going to do pretty shortly here, but first you got to get past these guys.
Yeah, getting into this area isn't that big a deal. Getting out is the hard part.
And this will be another reason why we've needed to collect all these dues up to this point, all the money that we've accumulated so far, is that the ferryman demands a lot from us in terms of money. And it's not even just the ferryman. There's going to be another NPC later.
It's one of the other NPCs that really it's about, but ferryman does use money. But we're not too worried about the dues that he collects from us. No pun intended.
But yeah, buying the ferry ticket, making our trip, this is a time for donation reads if you got it.
Yeah, this is my one chance to actually step away, so I'm going to actually set the controller down for a second and run to the bathroom.
I'm not seeing any donations right now, but I can tell us about some of the prizes we got today. Just remind folks, we actually have from Margaret Ann, we have a code for this game, that one we're playing right here. And from Possum Cost, Phoebe's got a cute Pikachu cross stitch. And again, and also our grand prize, for our grand prize prizes, we have a set of 4 nerdy cross stitch kits from Possum Coffee. And 4 surprise team codes from Margaret Ann, who's actually in chat right now, so hello there. And as for the incentives, we've got 2 upgrade to 100% for the Magic of Heroes and Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And we still got the bid word to name Benjamin. Her currently in the lead with $5 is Ziggy. I'm sensing a theme here with some of these names on here. Yeah. Got a big Ziggy Stardust fan out here.
Okay, so we just made a trip to what's known as Raging Veins, and here we pick up our first new quest item of its kind called Stream Crystal. And there's so many quest items to keep track of.
Be right back and wash my hands.
Sure thing. there's so many quest items to keep track of for this category, but you can think of it in terms of 3 different groups. There are the stream crystals, there are the mask fragments, and there are the artifact pieces. There's also a 4th group, but we haven't gotten any of those yet, so I'll mention it when we get there. But the stream crystals, there are a total of 4 of them. We just got our first one right now, and we need them in order to get something called the Sword of the Lake, which is one of 3 after images that are required in order to get the Wildflower ending. The other 2, we'll talk about those a little bit later. But we now have one of the stream crystals, so...
Alright, there we go. That's my 1 break I get in the entire run.
Welcome back.
This is basically the halfway point, for anybody who's wondering.
Yep, so now we're in Rubywood Desert.
Which is actually the starting area, except you wouldn't necessarily know that from the looks of the enemies we got here.
Yeah, this is like the more desolate area of Rubywood Desert.
We will see the starting area in a little bit, but for now we're dealing with some difficult spots. And ew, not fog. I want to be able to see. Wah.
Aww.
There's exactly one thing that we're looking for. Well, multiple things really, but there's one main goal we have by going to Rubywood Desert at this juncture, and it's a primeval glyph. Specifically the one known as Light. But Light is guarded by a boss. The boss we've seen before. If any of you have a keen eye, it'll be familiar. It was the first boss we ever encountered in this run.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, until then, this part of the Rubywood Desert is pretty annoying. Vision obscured, but this time genuinely a little hard to see stuff because the way the color blends in with the background. But azuarc's an expert at this, no problem for him.
Yep.
Trying to figure out why there's a fairy up here. Is it still here? Yeah, there it is. What are you doing up here? Those aren't supposed to float up here. Alright.
Yeah, don't worry, Wimble. This is just another fog effect in the game.
Alright, grab that. Get started on another piece of heart. And we made it. We're out of the fog.
Nice.
Nicely done. So now the terrain, the landscape has changed. It's a bit more akin to what we saw earlier. In fact, this is exactly where we were earlier, where we fought the first boss of the game.
Oh yeah.
Where's the... somewhere here. There it is.
Yep, so now we can reach the main confluence of this area. Confluence is what save trees are called, in case any of you were confused.
Exploiting the crap out of Super Jump, too.
Yeah.
Super Jump's insane. I love it. But yeah, some more enhancement material right here.
I probably don't need all that enhancement material. I should probably look at the routing and see how much I really need, but that's basically for upgrading weapons. And I only get a total of, I counted out and I upgrade my weapon or replace it like 6 times in the run, and most of them are really early. So at this point I don't really need very many. I think I'm only going to replace my weapon 1 more time. I'm going to get Bloodbath, my final katana.
Yep, Bloodbath would be the best in class blade, at least on the stat sheet. It's debatable whether it's the best effects, but honestly, as far as the speedrun is concerned, you're mostly concerned about the stats, not really like the effects that it gives. And it's the best stats for blade, so yeah.
Alright, rematch time!
Yep.
Here we go. Flaming Wolf, it's back.
I do not like fighting this guy. One of the most obnoxious boss fights in the game. Doesn't look too bad yet, but it does not stay particularly kind once it starts doing these attacks.
But we can see that getting super jump early is already paying off, even for this boss fight, and it's going to pay off in dividends even later on.
Oh yeah.
It's not something you strictly need for this part of. Well, technically you kind of.
You can't get here without super jumps, so.
Yeah.
Technically it is required, but.
Yeah.
there are going to be some other parts where you don't strictly need it, but this one you actually do need, so. And to begin with, I don't think I don't think you can get here without having gone to Scorchware or another fire.
The path we got here is exactly how you have to get here.
Yeah. Nicely done. So now we have the light primeval glyph. Time to skedaddle.
We're just going to come back the way we came. We have a couple other minor objectives here. That's the big one.
So
a few town points and some new clothes. Oops, I knew that.
Yep. Those of you that are following along with your checklist, you'll notice that we now have 8 of the 13 primeval glyphs. Honestly, no one really knows still exactly how many primeval glyphs or what primeval glyphs you need in order to get the world flower ending, but we just assume that we kind of need all of them. It's safe to assume it, and it's not really a big deal in terms of the time cost to get all of them, because a lot of them are on the way. But light is one with we know a few that we just simply cannot skip.
And that's one of them. I've been burned by that, by forgetting to get that, and then I wasn't able to continue.
Yeah, we know for sure light cannot be skipped. We also know for sure memories cannot be skipped, but that one is just like
Which one's
by
memories?
elimination. That's the one from the essential ending.
Oh.
So like you have to do that anyway, so it's like okay, sure.
Yeah, the only other one I know you need for sure is the Animo one. Because I've gotten hurt by that as well.
Yeah, during my first playthrough, Anemo is the one I was missing, and I was like, what? I thought I had 8. But a lot of guides say you need 8 glyphs, which is just not true.
Well, it might be that you only need 8, because there's definitely some that you don't need. But it's like you need specific ones, and I don't think anybody's properly chronicled which ones you need and which ones you don't. By elimination, we can determine that there are a few that you definitely do need.
Exactly.
But that's about all we got right now. This is a very long run, otherwise, if there were other people running it besides me, we probably would have optimized it a little bit more, but on top of what I'm doing, I do a lot of grabbing the things that are kind of used for the other endings just inherently, because it's kind of reflex to me. I was half routing this and half routing the 100% where you grab literally everything, which nobody's ever actually run, but I was trying to figure out what it would look like. And so, as a result, I just kind of coded those into the this run. But it works out, because we're going to be doing all endings today, so...
Yeah.
Thank you for donating.
Yeah, thanks for your donations, everyone. Remember, you can always donate more by typing an exclamation point donate into the chat. Plus, other incentives if you want to see people play more games.
I thought you said if you want to see Evil play more games. I was like, yeah, let's see Evil play some more games.
Yeah, no, I was saying if you want to see people play more of their games.
Yep, another gauntlet. Again, the gauntlets are mainly for talent points. Not much else that we care about them.
And like 90% of the time when we get to them, they're involving enemies that are significantly lower in level, because we're kind of doing things out of sequence. If you were exploring the area thoroughly, you would encounter this on your own when you were at a natural level for it, but and it would be very difficult because those enemies are kind of obnoxious, but as you can see, I just kind of overpowered them, or just didn't care. Right, I just tanked that hit and it's like whatever. Nope, this way. I always do that. I always want to go to the left there. It's to the right. So at this point, our goal is basically to wrap up all the remaining items that we need for doing the endings, and then we'll start actually doing them. So for the next, I don't know, maybe half an hour to 40 minutes, you're going to see us running around the remaining parts of the map we haven't been to yet. And because it's such a big game, obviously that means there are a lot of places we have not been to. Wait, that button. There we go.
A lot of things we're also still missing in terms of quest items. So there's still a number of steps. It looks like we've done a lot up to this point. The things that we've done a number of are related to progression abilities, but we still have plenty of things to do quest-wise.
Jerk birds. Get away from me, jerk birds. Alright, hit that tree.
Oh, how convenient.
And then we're going to come over here. There's another gauntlet time coming up. These are even lower level enemies than the last one, because they're from the beginning part of the desert, as opposed to the part that's in the Institute.
One thing I like to talk about, this is like it's less important for speedrunning, but kind of something that a lot of players like to experiment with as far as their casual playthroughs. But this game has different damage types. The weapon that azuarc has right now is dealing anemo damage. There's also hydro damage, pyro damage, geo damage, like basically like related to elements, right? And the way this game does it is it has different weaknesses and resistances.
Which I've never honestly paid any attention to, if I'm being honest, but...
Yeah, because you don't really need them for speedrunning, but it's nice to know for casual playthrough. Okay, we're in Frozen Veins now. Right here, we're doing the ground break to get our first new group of quest items sets, which is called the Memory Shards.
New group of quest items? How many are there?
Yeah, so many. But we need 3 of these Memory Shards in order to get the Essential Ending, and we need the Essential Ending in order to get the World Flower Ending, so that's how that works
I'll address that later, but here's a really annoying boss. He's not hard, but he's annoying, and often does prove to be difficult. Mostly because he has a lot of step backs to his moves, so you think that you're safe to attack him in the back, and then he ends up stepping into you. Or he does that.
So yeah, the purpose of fighting this boss, we're looking for yet another quest item, and this one is a Stream Crystal, I believe. This would be Stream Crystal number 2 out of 4, so halfway after this point in terms of the Stream Crystals. And if any of you that are wondering what Stream Crystals are and weren't here when I mentioned it, Stream Crystals are necessary for what's called the Sword of the Lake Afterimage, which is one of the 3 quest after images that we need in order to get the World Flower Ending.
I didn't remember you bringing that up earlier.
Yeah, I think
so
you were away.
Even I'm not paying attention.
Oh, all good. No, you're all good. I think it was in the boat ride. Yeah, so yeah, nicely done. GG.
Yeah.
Frozen Veins doesn't have much else otherwise.
Yeah, so we're out of here. But while we were talking about the elemental types, one other thing I think is perhaps more interesting to talk about than the elemental types. It's nice to know they're there, but it's kind of trivia. What I think is more useful is recognizing that there are 6 weapon types, and that everybody who plays the game for the first time kind of gravitates towards different weapons. I think I was gravitating towards using the Twin Blades and the Whip when I was playing this originally, which are not ideal speedrun weapons, but I found them to be very easy to use. The Whip has an attack where basically when you're in the air, if you use it, it just flails around you and does area effect damage, and it was very easy to spam and just like cheese your way through a lot of things, so I found that to be easiest to use as my main weapon. There's also a 2-handed sword, which doesn't get a lot of use, but its main thing is that it does have a parry to it, so then you can actually block attacks.
Okay.
Very useful for the essential category.
That's right, you use that in your thing. That's the only time I've ever seen that used, but you make very extensive use for it at the very end there.
Yeah, it's honestly like necessary for the Renee fight for the essential ending, because otherwise she has an attack that she can one-shot.
Renee fight? I thought I was Renee.
Ooh, yeah, we'll hold on that one for now. So we're now in Albedo Tower. This area is obnoxious, but because of azuarc's current position, we're in really good shape for getting through this area with like not too much issues.
When Kuroshi does this
Strong
for the
point.
Essential, it's a really dangerous area because it's very high level compared to what it's like when he gets here. I'm significantly later into the run than that because the Essential is only like a 1 hour run? Is it even that much?
Yeah, like 50 minutes. Yeah.
Right, and we're already like 2 hours into the run at this point, so obviously we're going to be in a slightly better position in terms of what we want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Albedo Tower, a couple steps here. We activate these mechanisms. The one here on the left it's just nice to have. But the one on the right is the one that allows us to like actually move forward by going vertically upwards.
Oh, that's right, because I
Albedo
don't
Tower.
actually have to hit the one on the left, do I? I was thinking you need you to enable the one on the right, but I guess that's not strictly true if you have a super jump. Because you can do that.
Especially if you have super jump. Yeah. So yeah, you have to activate these mechanisms. That's when these gears and platforms start moving. Gotta watch out for these boulders along the way, but otherwise, not the worst. But the main reason we're in Albedo Tower, it has a couple of...
There's a few important items here, but the big thing is that it's traversal into the rest of the map, because there's some other areas later we need to get to.
Yeah, it fulfills like dual purpose. So we get another memory shard in Albedo Tower. We also get another stream crystal. And then additionally, it takes us into the upper right part of the map, which is where we'll need to actually do a lot of things in this run still. So it's nice. It serves a lot of purposes without being too like annoying.
Put it in a little bit of different terms. The reason the Albedo Tower exists is because this world was built by a creator god who set up a system where the dues, the things that we use as money, are the energy that everything uses. And as a result, the dues come raining down from the sky. They're like, instead of having normal water rain, they have dew rain. But the way it was designed was that because the dews are too heavy to just evaporate, the Albedo Tower does something funny where it like reverses gravity basically and carries the dews up into the sky. Oh god, not the double jerk birds.
Okay.
And so what this area is for is basically the gateway into the sky areas where the dews would be going.
Oh.
So it's a little bit of world building for you.
Okay, cool.
Talon point. Or
Oh,
you're good.
did I not get it?
Yeah, it's still there.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a small part of the 2 hours we'd normally be getting from that video.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just a bit. Oh, now we get to the fun room.
Yeah, this part of Albedo Tower is really bad.
Or really
and you
good,
can
depending
see-
on how you look at it.
You can see even with pretty strong gear, like these lasers and bowlers still do a ton of damage. So,
I'm out of the
but thankfully,
I was off cycle, so I have to wait. Alright, not too bad.
super jump allows for minimal interaction with this portion.
Yes.
Very nice.
I know you had to work on your tech to get through that area.
Yeah. So yeah, now here's a memory shard that's number 2 out of 3, and a stream crystal number 3 out of 4.
So it's just double freebie pickups there for our story quest things.
Yep.
We'll make use of them later, but for now they're just doodads.
Yeah, I didn't mention what the memory shards are for, even though I mentioned
That's okay.
kind of what they were talking about.
We'll hold on to that discussion, because we'll do the Renee ending soon enough, and then we'll get to find out.
True.
I think that's kind of loaded into the story anyway, so we'll save that for the story discussion.
Sounds good. Up here is a boss we're actually not going to fight.
Okay.
It's a cool little boss skip that we do here. If you super jump from the very edge of the boss arena, then the boss doesn't spawn.
Where am I? Yeah, no, I gotta go
Nice.
further. So that is actually one of the hardest bosses to fight in the game. We talk about Valo being the hardest, but he's up there. He might actually be harder. And thank goodness we don't have to deal with him.
Yep. Super jump is required for that skip, though. It's worth noting that. So now we're in Sky Palace. I love this area. It's so beautiful.
This is a fun area.
We grab a Shenlong glyph. We're not going to talk about Shenlong glyphs for now. I don't want it to make it confusing, but that was grabbed.
It's just another collectible.
Yeah.
Lots of collectibles. So
But,
many collectibles.
Yeah, so Sky Palace, azuarc's doing something very subtle that he'll probably add more emphasis to later. But you guys remember? Oh, I guess before we talk about that, here's a boss. We need to fight this boss for the Anemo key, something like that.
Yes.
But yeah, so azuarc's gonna be fighting a lot of enemies in Sky Palace. This is another area where we actually need to farm the drops of a few enemies in order to create the well, not create, but like in order to have the conditions necessary to be able to use the artifact for soul invasion, which we'll talk about more later. We already have one of the drops, which was the binding string from the spiders. And this area has another one of the drops. I think it's the firmament feather.
Firmamental feather.
Firmamental feather, yeah. So that would be component number 3 out of 5 for the components we need to make the artifact.
I think it was 4 because you kind of get one sort of for free by doing the quest, but yeah.
Oh, true. Right, from Stanley you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, but if you guys are keeping track, we have the binding string, we have the water equilibrium, and this would be the third component from that.
3,
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7. This is a very annoying boss to fight because they hover at just the wrong height above the ground, that you can't really hit them gracefully with a jump attack without kind of hitting them. And then sometimes they do moves where they drip down. And then they have this thing, which you have to just pure evasive mode at this point. But sometimes they spawn ads, and if you have an ad on the screen when they do that, you're basically screwed. Because this little guy will ruin your day if you're trying to avoid that attack. And so, when I died earlier to the boss, that was because I was trying to get to one of those for fear that he was going to launch into that that attack that I'm trying to dodge constantly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good fight.
Yeah, good fight.
Fighting airborne bosses in this game is a little tricky, but it can be managed. Okay, so with that boss down, we can now proceed to the next portion of Sky Palace. But again, along the way, we're still going to be clearing a lot of these enemies for looking for that firmamental feather drop.
The witches drop it, and so do the guys that look like an upgraded version of these bells, which I don't know what to call them. But you'll know them when you see them, hopefully.
Like a Nemo Strider, I want to say.
Oh,
something like that.
I don't know the names of any of the enemies in this game.
Yeah, I only knew this one because I had to like take notes before the run. It's like Rider and Scout or something. But okay, so you'll know when the drop is found because it'll be blue.
Okay.
It'll be very easy to tell. But yeah, it doesn't really matter too much if we don't get the drop right now. It's just like a nice bonus if we get it right now, but there's always a farming route that azuarc can take later.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't plan on leaving without the feather, but I will be going through my rounds of the other things I need to do in the meanwhile first.
Alright.
Apart from the firmamental feather, the other thing that'll be done later on in Sky Palace, it will require soul invasion first, so it's not something we can do right now. In fact, the drop is for the soul invasion, so we can't even do the soul invasion until we get the drop.
It's
But
weird catch-22 of the routing. It's forced double dip.
yeah, but at the very minimum, we collect the confluence, the save point, to be able to go back to where we can use soul invasion in this area. So it's not the worst that, you know, the catch-22 exists. But Yeah. So, the other reason why we want to go to this part of Sky Palace though, is that a bit further down. Okay, here's a mimic gauntlet. Pretty funny.
Yeah, mimics in this game are kind of cool looking. We don't give mimics a lot of credit. They usually just look like horrible, toothy monsters, but these are kind of neat looking mimics. And this is the only time I actually stop and fight a mimic.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, sorry. So the other reason why we come up to this part of Sky Palace, towards the west, a bit south from here, there's an entryway to another area called Heart of Veins, and we'll have to go to the area undoubtedly.
We're going there next.
And that's where a lot of story-related things are completed. I won't talk about them right now because we're gonna be there very soon anyway. But one of the things that will be done while we're there is where was I even going with this?
I'm not sure.
I forgot where I was going with this.
We were
okay.
So we're heading to the east end of the map right now. You were talking about we will leave out the west end, and that is accurate. But for now, we need to come this way. Oh, I don't want to go that far.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, Heart of Veins is where we'll eventually acquire the Sword of the Lake Afterimage. It's not something we're gonna do right now though. It's just what we'll do eventually. And then there's also here's actually what I was gonna mention. There's also that.
No, I got excited for a second.
Yeah, there was also this this upgrade. I don't know how to call it. Like it is an afterimage, but it's not really like the same kind of afterimage as the progression abilities. It's like
we haven't talked about afterimages.
One.
An afterimage in Hollow Knight terms is a badge, or a.
Okay.
So like we have a couple slots for those, but I haven't really been making much use of them. Actually, I don't need to talk to you. Why am I walking up here? You get to see what we'll do later. I just went to get up here and get the save points and head out. Afterimages are charms. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
And so I have one of them equipped that makes me run a little faster, but I really haven't been doing much with them up until now because we're mostly just relying on basic melee skill and not much else. But there are going to be a few later that are going to be helpful. Oh, you're beating me up. Please stop. Not that it matters if I die here because we're right next to the save point, but, just saying. Could you not do that?
Yeah. Yeah, rude.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar with Hollow Knight charms, it's just an equipable passive ability. You can equip it at save points, and it gives you like a nice effect that you can use for combat or for utility or for healing. In this case, the one we're seeking, there it is. Nice.
Nice.
For a mental tether drop.
Usually on the way back out, I seem to always get it when I don't already have it, so... Alright, on to the next area, which is just out in the middle of the clouds. This is
it's
a
really
huge
cool.
area. It's like stupidly big. There's not a lot in it. It's a very empty map, but...
Yeah. So yeah, the specific afterimage we're going to be getting is called Pious Blessing, and it allows for the heals, the primeval glyphs, when we use them, to be a lot faster, and also they can't be interrupted by taking damage from enemies.
Okay.
So they will heal you without fail.
Nice.
And along the way, we'll also get a triple jump, although that's a little superfluous when you have the super jump.
Yeah.
But it does serve a purpose because of the way that I use the katana, where I, get my attacks in with the double jump. So now I can, instead of getting 2 attacks off per time in the air, I can get 3. Yeah. So it is useful, but it's not the main reason I'm coming over here.
Still a non-trivial improvement in DPS. And because the boss that gives triple jump guards the way to the Pious Blessing afterimage that improves the primeval glyph heals, it's like, okay, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, might as well. But yeah, for now, it's nice and chill. The one thing about this area too is that there's a lot of dues. and they're really easy to grab. So that's what azuarc's been doing here. For all the dudes that we've gotten up to this point, there's still not enough. You need plenty of them for this ending.
So
After
many.
all, this is the ending that encompasses doing the majority of things in the game, so it makes sense, but still.
There's really only one thing we're building up this huge wad of cash for, and so it might not seem all that impressive up until the point where we get to the end and suddenly I just dump my entire wallet. But, alright. Lost 2, let's go.
Here's that boss that gives triple jump.
He was also the one that gave double jump, mind you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cool callback.
Marker in this thing. So to get this ending, you have to pay your dues.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I made it an accidental pun like that earlier. Oh, you got me. You got me. I'm going to make extensive use of the super jump here, because it's really hard to fight this guy without it, which is funny, because you think he's here to give you the triple jump, and so you would expect you get that before the super jump, but...
Yeah.
I find him very difficult to manage without the super jump.
Yeah, in terms of, like, the expected path that you take, like, some people call it the critical path, you actually don't need super jump to get here, but honestly... it's a lot easier to just have it already, so.
Yeah.
Back here. Let me hit you in the back. My goal is to get to phase 2, because when he does that attack in phase 2, it's different, and it's something I can pile damage on. Whereas up until now, I'm really just taking pot shots at him when I can get them in. There it is. There we go. We're in business.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, this category has so many bosses to learn, and some of them you have to fight with limited access to health, so it becomes a lot more difficult to learn them when you don't really have many hits you can take.
Yeah.
This game has a ton of bosses, and you don't even really get to see a lot of them still in the Wildflower category. You just see the important ones, pretty much.
Alright, we got there. We got him.
Nicely done.
Nice job.
There's the triple jump. And there's the NPC, or should be. Did I skip a step?
Ooh, yeah, there might have been...
I need to go back to path. I did skip a step. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Let's go do that. I need to come back here.
Yep, all good.
Margaret said, bold of Azu to assume any of my puns are accidental.
I know her too well.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll do our stuff down in Town of the Exiled for a little bit here, which will include advancing that quest. This was something I technically should have done earlier in the sequence. I wasn't thinking about it. There's a couple other places I'm going to need to go that I have kind of forgotten about. Wait, not down here. What are we doing? Here. Alright. Hop up here. Oh, nope, not there. Not into the spikes. There we go.
Not there.
Just need to talk to this guy so he can have an existential crisis, and then he'll be in that other place. So Ethan's whole deal is that he has seen what happens when people actually die, and, like, the significance of that. And that is that when people die in this world, they go to the Sea of Souls, where, generally speaking, most people then are reincarnated. But people who have lived a, quote, full life, who have done a lot of things, they tend not to come back. And it was not very clear on why that is, but Ethan got to see, because he got a view of the Sea of Souls, which people are not supposed to be able to see, and he discovered that the reason why is because in the Sea of Souls, people who have lived very full lives have a situation where their souls are very heavy and they can't rise back up to the top, so they just sink to the bottom and can't come back, and they're just sitting on the bottom of the sea for all eternity. And he's like, nope, not for me, not gonna let that happen. So his deal is that he's like, Okay, I can't end up like that. And he actually turns himself to stone instead, which is... I don't know if that's really a solution, but, you know, that's how he decides to deal with it. I guess we all
Isn't
deal
that
with our
turning
quandaries
death
in
in a
our own
way?
way.
I mean, isn't turning stone getting petrified dying in a way?
Yeah, but I think there's maybe an issue with, like, his consciousness is not going to be aware or something, I don't know. I'm not trying to justify it, I'm just saying this is what he does.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, not sure how that works, but, yeah.
You know, we all deal with our crises in different ways.
Hmm.
Okay, this is the annoying area where I can't see anything.
Yeah, this part of Town of the Exiled really sucks. Still dread it to this day, even after playing this game casually.
There are items that allow you to partially see through the fog, but I don't have them. Because this is just the game's equivalent of a dark room. So, I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing a dark room, it's fine.
Yeah, there's also a food that you can consume
There's
to,
a
like,
food and there's an
yourself, like,
equipable item, yeah.
Sadly, the food only lasts 30 minutes, so you still have to stock up on it if you want to use that, or you can just use the item, which does it forever.
Honestly, I think one would probably be enough. Because by
That
the
is
time
true.
I get back here, it's probably within half an hour. I don't think I would
yeah.
run out.
We're now in Halcyon Veins. This is actually not our first time here, but the first time we came here, it was a little hard to tell that we were actually here. But Halcyon Veins has a stream crystal, which will be the last one we actually need. And it also has...
Oh, a second reason why we needed to do this route before going up to Heart of Veins, then, because we wouldn't have been able to access the sword.
Oh, that's true. You're right. Yeah. But yeah, another thing that's here is an NPC known as Suh,
So,
and we've
Yo,
been
Suh.
collecting we've been collecting her coins over time. The coins are not like the part that we're well, I mean, actually, it is important because we need the talent points. But besides that, we also need to collect the Shunlong glyphs for a couple of endings we're going to do as part of the incentive that was met.
Okay.
But again, we're not going to go further into that just right now because that's a little too much for talking about at the current time. But
Yeah.
over here to the left is the last stream crystal. Excellent. And yeah, we'll be chatting with Suh a little bit later, but for now, we're gonna leave her be.
She likes to sleep. She's getting her beauty time, you know. She gets very annoyed when we wake her. I believe the exact quote is, "What?"
So yeah, now that we have all 4 stream crystals, we have the prerequisite fulfilled for acquiring the Sword of the Lake Afterimage. And a nice little bonus about fulfilling that is getting a new sword, but we're not actually going to use that sword, sadly.
Yeah, it's not equipable, it's just a quest item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the things that we are doing, by the way, they are strictly for, like, the very final endings. And so, the Persicoral is one of those. I don't need to be here anymore. Alright, do I need to cover anything else before I go back to Heart of Veins? I think I'm good.
So yeah, that's another primeval glyph, Felicity. I always forget about that one. I think when I got it, when I was first playing, it was super early on, so I always forget about that glyph. But there it was.
We're gonna walk past here, because we need to go talk to Petrified Ethan.
Yep. After we talk to Ethan this last time, that'll be the side quest finished, and we'll get the pious blessing after.
There he is.
Perfect.
Him in his wheelchair. That area is hard to climb back up in, so it's easier just to use a potion to warp back. Alright, so we want to
fast travel.
definitely equip. Are you kidding me? I never equipped the...
It happens. There's so many things to remember.
Yeah. Alright, guess I might as well... I don't want that, actually. That causes me trouble with my dashing. And any equipment? No, we're good. We were just looking at this. Alright, so now for a very fast fight. Fast in terms of, like, the speed of battle, not in terms of how long it lasts.
Yeah.
This is the sword. There are a lot of different attacks that this enemy does, and if you're not good at reading the attacks, they come in really quick. And so you have just a split second to kind of identify which one you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, the deeper you get into the game, the more the bosses kind of force you to interact with them, as opposed to, like, you know, okay, I'll face tank the boss. Face tanking might not be as viable the further you get, because the health.
One. You're fine. I'm just counting myself.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, like, the amount of health they deal to you is quite a bit. Like, they're still doing a lot of damage to you.
Yeah.
You're not getting away with face tanking. But
Yeah.
I think I might be able to survive 2 hits from this boss, but the amount of time I have to heal it back is almost negligible. Which is why I want to make sure I have that healing glyph.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a really clean fight.
nice, yeah, great stuff. GG.
Normally a boss gives me at least a little trouble. Alright, well,
nice.
I'll take it. Alright, and now we need to do a little bit of cleanup. We're going to go back to Field of Geo. Let me
Yep.
revisit my notes, which I have basically not been touching this entire time, and make sure there's nothing I left out. Albedo, Sky Tower, Azotz, Sky Palace, Heart of Veins, and next up to Field of Geo. Yes, I'm right on schedule here.
Yep, that was hitless indeed. So yeah, Field of Geo, we're back here. A number of goals we have for coming back here, but one of the main things is there's a primeval glyph up top.
That's really why we're here.
And also
then 2 talent points.
Yeah, gauntlet fights, of course. And also there's a Shenlong glyph, but that's not for the World Flower ending, that's for the incentive.
Oh, that's right, there is. I picked that up at the same time. I forget that that's something different. Yes, you're correct. There is that. Sorry, I was dismissing that because I forgot about it.
No, you're all good. You're all good. Yep. Yeah, I mean, not much else to talk about Field of Geo. The enemies are not too dangerous here. There is a... True, not anymore. There is like a small section of Field of Geo towards the west end of it that has some scary enemies, but those enemies are from Goliath Fall, so that doesn't really count.
It's really an extension of Goliath Fall, and you have to go through a door to get there, so you know very clearly what you're getting yourself into when you go over there.
Yep.
Say hi to the cat.
Hi, cat.
Kitty.
There's actually an entire race of cat people in this game. Most of them have been transformed into monsters. We fought through some of them in that previous area. You wouldn't know that they were cats. They don't look very cat-like, but I promise you they're cats. They are... Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. There. Found it. Okay. They are the keepers of the Geo God, basically. There are 3 gods that the creator deity of this world made. The water one already existed, but no, I don't go up here. I go up later. But she created the air, earth, and fire, and they all serve a purpose within the context of this world. I mentioned that earlier that the Albedo Tower creates the energy, and the air people are responsible for maintaining that. The Geo people are responsible for, like, the machinery that makes everything function, and then the Pyro people are basically the security staff.
Okay.
So, coming up here is another boss fight soon.
Right here.
It's going to be against Chroma. Chroma is pretty tough, but not because of like the attack patterns, more so because of the damage. You have to be really careful. But anyway, the purpose of fighting this boss, it gives 2 things. One is a progression ability, the Flame Dive Kick. This is what allows for us to bounce off of those fire-headed helicopter things that we normally wouldn't be able to bounce off of because they have fire. But the flame dive kick will allow us to bounce off of those. And then the other thing it drops is a quest item called the Ever-Burning Crystal, and this is the last this is the last material component to be able to make the artifact that allows for us to use the Soul Invade spell. Which again, Soul Invade is very, very important for the Worldflower ending. As far as the story is concerned, we'll get into it soon. I keep saying we'll get into it, but again, there's just so much for this game, let alone the category. So
Yeah.
Basically, I think of it as like the first 3 hours is all the setup and getting all the things, and then we get to finish all the endings. Oh, I gotta stay out of range of that. I normally play on an ultra-wide monitor, so I would have been able to see that a little sooner, but for purposes of the stream, I have to play on 16:9. So it doesn't play a role too often, but every once in a while there's a boss fight where they're doing something off-screen that I can't see. I think I find it easier to go this way.
Nicely done. Boss down. We now have all of the, strictly speaking, all of the material components needed to craft the artifact. It's just that we need to also... Did we already buy the orb?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So we have everything.
Yes,
We have everything for the artifact. That's really nice. That checks off another thing from our checklist. So now that we have the artifact pieces ready, we just need to go back to Owl eventually. And Owl will tell us the next things we need to do with the artifact to be able to use the Soul Invade spell.
Yeah, and that's going to
Because we're
come
not
real
actually
soon.
ready to do it.
Ooh,
Oh
pain.
my goodness.
Alright, I gotta be a little more cautious here. We're not gonna fight anything, we're just gonna get through here. Please be nice.
But yeah, there's so you can see we're still in Scorchware. There's actually a couple of things still left to do in Scorchware, but we're not going to do all of them right now because they're not super high priority.
Almost. There's only one thing we're not gonna do, and that's talk to Stanley when he comes back here.
Yep. Gauntlet fight. Oh,
Well, I guess technically there...
Are you gonna fight the?
I'm gonna
Goliath?
fight the Goliath, yes.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure. Okay, that's good. So yeah, Gauntlet fight here for talent points. A Goliath. What is a Goliath? We've actually talked about and met a Goliath already before. That was Samsara. Samsara is a Goliath. She is the Hydro Goliath. Goliaths are basically like powerful beings. You could think of them like one step short from like the deities.
They're the top elemental being, basically.
There's one that represents each element. There's the Hydro, Geo, Anemo, Pyro, etc.
Pyro has a little bit of weird stuff going on, though, which is part of the story.
Yeah, there's some politics there.
Politics,
but-
that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
But
Mind
basically,
politics.
we're gonna fight one of the Pyro Goliaths right now. I said one. I'm sorry. I know, but it's kind of hard to ignore the fact that there are multiple.
Well, that's what
So
we're
I-
going to learn once we get there, is that there's two, and we're going to wonder, why are there two? And
Yeah.
the reason for that is related to some deeper lore stuff, and that is that the real Pyro Goliath is actually Ifri. And when stuff happened in the past, which I will describe once we're doing the endings proper, Ifri basically ended up in this weird state with being bonded to Renee, where the world doesn't understand that he's gone, even though he's still here. And so his soul is supposed to, like, return and get recycled into the new Goliath. But it didn't quite work that way, because he still has his soul. And so the new Goliaths got churned out by the machinery, but at the same time, they didn't have a soul. And this is actually very important, because the reason why Renee's village was attacked at the beginning was because those Pyro Goliaths saw humans as being the monsters that they are for what happened in the past, and decided to just launch an initiative against them preemptively. But these new Goliaths, they are very anti-human, for understandable reasons, and Ifri's a little more sympathetic, even though he literally fought against the humans in the war. Alright, we're about to get into the boss fight.
Yep. So this Goliath is known as Aggle. Is that his name? Agus?
Agus.
Agus? There we go. I mixed up their names. That's so funny. But yeah, Agus. Pretty difficult boss when you first encounter him, but not so bad once you take the time to learn him. It's just that right now we don't have much of a cushion. We can't take many hits because we still don't have a high health pool, nor do we have a lot of armor.
But what we do have is a brand new weapon. I just got Bloodbath.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be our final weapon that we're going to use for the rest of the run.
Yep, best in class blade in terms of
Don't trust that attack.
stats.
Oof, that's fine. He has like 27 attacks that are all stand on the left edge of the screen and do something. It's a little annoying to try to manage, because it's hard to tell which one he's doing at any given time. Oh right, he explodes whenever he finishes anything.
Scorcher classic.
Yep. Oh. Okay, sure. Again, I can't tell which attack he's doing. I know that one, though. That's very easy to read.
And as you can see, these attacks are doing a ton of damage, like close to half health.
Oh. He is going into phase 2. Oh, he starts off with this attack. That's nice.
Tons of damage opportunity here.
Yeah, it's dangerous if you get hit early, though. Because... Oh, come on, I got on the other side. Alright, so he goes up, and then he goes down. And that's not a good attack to get damage in on. Go through him for that. Where are you? Oh, you're doing this one. Okay. It's fine, I'll take the hit.
I do want to point out too, this boss fight is kind of helping the viewers see like how important it is to have the Crimson Cape, the iframes dash, at this point in the game. It helps tremendously for just getting through these fights a little more easily. And congrats, well done.
Yeah, you said that, you know, he's hitting hard and that's something that takes a lot of practice and all, but really I was kind of face tanking a lot of that because I have the fast heal and I can.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you're fighting this boss in your casual playthrough, you're probably pretty deep in the game. So, you know, chances are you do have the luxury of not being able to interact with the boss.
Maybe. I'm level 57. I think when I got here the first time, I was in the 60s, so it's not that much of a difference.
Mm-hmm. But either way, well done.
Thank you.
So that boss is down. We actually did need to fight that boss. It might not have looked it because it didn't drop anything, but you do need to fight that boss.
It's a story boss, yeah.
Yeah, because
not everything's about picking up
required.
collectibles, believe it or not. All right, we're getting on to our final boat ride.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And
any
don't forget,
donations, any announcements, anything? Or perhaps not. Okay.
I think Cyborg stepped away briefly, but one thing don't forget is the Shelnong glyph.
Yes.
Here. Mm-hmm.
I need to grab that right after I hit the tree.
Yeah. So, sure it's the last boat ride? Definitely not.
Well, it's the last.
Definitely
I mean, there's another time we'll get on Fweet Fweet, but this is the last time we actually get on the boat.
Except for the wall.
Oh, I wasn't counting that. Yes, I forget about that because that's not part of the category. Yeah, you're correct. That is a pretty noticeable boat ride.
But yeah, we're now in Field of Pyro. This is our first time here. All these fire areas aren't there. But yeah, Field of Pyro also has pretty high level enemies similar to Scorchware. So we got to be really careful here.
In general,
Thankfully,
the fire areas are basically the end game, because they are... You're supposed to do the Renee endings, and then be like, oh, and there's more to do, and then you do the Ifri endings, and they're where all of these areas come into play. Oh, I'm out of heals. Alright, I gotta be careful. Right, because I did fight the boss. It's like, why is she not healing? I'm not healing because I don't have any. It's okay. The tree is right here.
Yep, coming up shortly. Ooh, nice iframes dash. Safe.
I'm gonna hit this to make the tree fall down, because you can do that to trees, of course. It doesn't hurt them in the slightest.
So yeah, Field of Pyro is actually the location where we perform Ifri's endings. We haven't actually gotten any endings up to this point. We're 2.5 hours into the run.
My goodness.
Not a single ending finished.
There's 10 endings and we haven't done any of them yet? What is it going to take to get to one of these endings?
But yeah, guys, don't you worry. We're basically going to do a lot of the endings in a flurry towards the end, as has been mentioned before, so that'll come when it's time. Until then, though, we've gotten the Shenlong glyph. Again, we're not going to talk about those in much further detail just yet.
We don't talk about the Shenlong glyphs, yeah.
Is there a gauntlet here? That's
if there is, I don't go to it.
Okay. Safe to assume that it's not here. Regardless, though, the other thing in Field of Pyro is the other Pyro Goliath, which again we're not going to fight right now, but
we can't quite do right now. We have to do some other stuff first.
But that'll come later on as well.
I mean, actually, we could do it, but I'm saving it for putting all the endings together. All right, so that means now we need to head to Mr. Owl because we need to find.
Mr. Owl.
Yeah, we will be finding out how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, or at least how many Horcruxes it takes.
Yeah.
All right, so we visit Owl. He's at his usual spot for now.
So yeah, the thing with Owl, guys, basically the reason why he's stationed himself at Grand Archives within Holy Grounds is that he's bound here, basically. He has a soul link, something like that, and it forces him to remain here for forever, kind
Yeah, it
of.
might be time to finally start talking about the story proper.
Yeah, we can get into those details for now.
So do you want
yeah.
to do it, or?
At least I'll talk about Owl, I guess, for now, and then I'll let you have some other things. The thing about Owl that we have to do right now is he wants us to help free him from like the soul link that's bound him to Grand Archives. So in order to do that, we need to perform the spell called the Soul Field Invasion spell. That'll allow us to go inside the soul of these like relics that are in Grand Archives and break the seal that is tied to Owl's soul. And when we go inside these seals, we literally invade the soul of the seals. It's pretty funny. Or not the seals, but the relics. But we go inside the soul field, and we'll literally see an owl inside of it because this mysterious man who's called Owl is an owl and a human, basically.
Well, he's not actually. His name is actually Levin. He just goes by Owl.
That's right. Yeah, the game kind of flip-flops between the names that they call him, but yeah. But yeah, that's the whole goal we have. But in order to get the soul field invasion spell, we have to build this artifact, and Owl is helping us do that. But in order to do that, we have to kill all these enemies in Town of the Exiles. So that's literally what he's doing right now. We're basically just killing it until the pop-up triggers, and then we go back.
As near as I can tell, it's 20 enemies.
There we go.
All right, so now we go back. In the bigger picture of things, though, if we want to go back in time and talk about the real history of the game, I mentioned the creator goddess who created all the different elemental beings, etc. Her name was Luca, and she made the Animo, NGO, and Pyro entities, and Samsar just already was in this world, so we don't talk about Samsar in that regard. But Lucas set all this up, and then she kind of took off. But the last thing she did is she made humans. Now, the thing about humans is they were weak, but they had free will to kind of do what they wanted. And so, of course, predictably, eventually the humans did bad things, because that's what humans always do in all these games. Every story, humans do bad things because free will, right? And specifically how it played out was that I mentioned Ethan earlier and how he saw the bottom of the Sea of Souls and how people who had kind of finished their lives ended up at the bottom of the sea, and so they couldn't recover from that. And he was not the first person to have this realization. The first person to have this realization was the High Priestess of the humans named Eseus. And Eseus was head of an order known as the Ode. And so she went on this expedition where she kind of learned this. If you remember way back when we were in Sunken Sanctum, I said there was this tablet in the background I was going to talk about.
Oh yeah.
This is that moment, because that tablet was basically how she found out this stuff. And from that point forward, she and her best bud Karen, the mage Karen, they decided to embark on a plan to try to give humans the ability to not have to die, or at least to be able to reincarnate themselves. So, to start off with, when things die in this world, they come back at the well. And the well is back where the where that tablet is, basically. Alright, so I did that, and now I need to, leave this area. And the well has limitations on how it will function, and the humans decide to make their own artificial well, which they did, and then they proceeded to abuse it. To fight the elemental beings in the world, they waged a war, because they thought that this would somehow help. I'm not sure the details on that one, but for whatever reason, they needed to get certain things from the elemental creatures. I think they wanted understanding of how the machinery of the world worked. And so they actually took the Geo-Goliath hostage. You don't ever hear anyone talk about the Geo-Goliath. She's not even in the game. But the reason is because the humans have captured her. And so what ends up happening is they kind of torture certain information out of her, and then they figure out how to make these artificial wells that then they proceed to use to battle the Pyro and Animo elementals, who are fighting off an endless wave of humans who are just corpse cannoning, because they can just die and then revive themselves and come back for more. And so the Animo people said, well, if that's what's happening, I'll tell you what, their wells are being powered by the dews. Let's just make it so they don't have any more dews. And so they basically disrupted the machinery so that dews don't come down from the sky anymore. And that was part of the war, and that never got reinstated because things happened later on with war atrocities. But the humans then went on, and they proceeded to capture the machinery that produces the dews, which actually is a creature known as a cloudworm. And they tried to figure out what they can do with this cloudworm, and they did a whole bunch of experiments with it. For some reason, they decided that the correct answer is to graft the cloudworm onto a human. And so, when we were back in that lab experiment with the creature known as Failure, that was one of the lab experiments of them trying to fuse a human together with the cloudworm. And they weren't being very successful, but they did finally succeed with experiment number 42. Remember 42, the girl from earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, so she has the cloudworm inside of her, and that's her backstory. But in the meanwhile, the war came to a head, and before the humans could really figure out how to make this all work and take advantage of it, Ifri, who was the Pyro Goliath at the time, he had a slightly different name, I think it was Ignis, but he went in and basically went to war with the humans, and he was, because he had to both protect his home area and attack them, he set up some stuff that used up a lot of his energy, and then he was not quite strong enough to fight them and got kind of captured as well. But in the process, he, this is another one of those important quest items, by the way. He was in the human capital at the time when some stuff came to a head, and for whatever reason, I forget the details of it exactly, but there was this giant cataclysm that occurred when Eseus and Karen tried to make something happen. They were trying to further their aims, or they were trying to defend themselves, or whatever it was, but they did this thing that caused this massive, massive explosion. It created this giant tidal wave that wrecked everything. And so if you remember the shape of Teardrop when we were on the map, it has this giant, like, city in the middle, but it's basically ruined and it's got a crater in the middle of it. So, okay, I don't need to talk to you. So next I need to, do I start hunting down Stanley? Yes, I start hunting down Stanley. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry to butt in here.
Yeah, go
A
ahead.
couple of things for the viewers that took place earlier. We collected 2 mask fragments that we need for one of the quest items as well, and it has multiple components. It's called the Nuo mask. The Nuo mask is along with the Sword of the Lake and something else that we haven't mentioned yet, which I won't mention right now. But we need these 3 in order to get the Wolflower ending. Right now we already have the Sword of the Lake, and we're building towards getting the Nuo mask with the 2 mask shards that we just collected earlier.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm just taking care of some stuff that is going to allow me to get some more talent points later for reasons that we'll get into. As far as the story business goes, though, so I left off at the big cataclysm happens, right? So everybody who was involved in that either just straight up died, which was most people, or they had to find some way to survive it. In Owl's case, it was chaining himself basically to the library archive relics. And so I kind of jokingly referred to them as Horcruxes earlier, because that's kind of what he does with them. But because he used that to survive the attack, now he's stuck there and can't leave. And so that's where our part with helping him out comes in, now that he no longer has to survive this giant tsunami that's raging through everything. Isius is the most important person to talk about, because she kind of died, but also kind of didn't. Because she was caught in the middle of the explosion. However, that should have sent her to the Sea of Souls, but she had, through force of will or through some kind of spell she cast or whatever, she managed to survive in the Sea of Souls, which is not something people are supposed to be able to do. Now, Karushi was just talking about the mask that we're working on. One of the reasons why is because of those masks. They allow someone to be able to exist within the Sea of Souls, and so we're going to need a mask of our own later. But she's just hanging out there, and also she's one of the reasons why she's able to pull this off is because, you know how we have our Soul Invade spell? She is basically just hanging out in her friend Karen's consciousness, her soul field. So what we're going to find later is that when we find Karen, we're going to find Isius inside of her. And Isius's goal at this point is to find a new body so that she can come back to the world. And she has 2 likely candidates. One is Renee, and the other is 42.
Okay.
And so the triple question mark entity that we have encountered before is known as Guider. And Guider's whole thing is to basically put Renee on the path to becoming a worthy vessel. However, there's a little more to it than that with Renee's story, because when Renee had to suffer through the cataclysm, she was severely wounded, and there were a couple consequences to this. One is that in order to survive, her I don't die trick, for whatever reason, wasn't coming into play here. And the other thing, so she was at risk of dying, like legitimately straight up dying, and Ifri was there, what remained of Ifri, the small version of Ifri we see today. And he did a spell that tethered himself to her, and that is why they now follow each other around, and whenever Renee dies, Ifri pops up there too. The other thing that happened, however, is that the version of Renee that we see is only one portion of Renee. She lost all her memories, but part of that was because her consciousness was split into many different fragments. We know of at least 3. And those 3 we see during the course of the story. We are, of course, one of them, the white-haired Renee, but we encountered blue-haired Renee earlier. And The third one is a red-haired Renee who is being directly helped by Guider. And Guider... Wait, where am I going? This is not the place I want to go. I want to go here. So Guider is trying to help Red Renee acquire all the power, and so she's going around basically finding whatever remains of the original Renee's power to be able to become a stronger individual. She doesn't realize what's actually in store for her. She just wants to be powerful because when she first kind of came into the world as her own thing, she was just weak and constantly being slaughtered by enemies and then reviving instantly, and it was a miserable existence. She felt like something out of a Greek myth, basically. Is this is... Yes, this is where I want to be. Okay. And so, she is trying to get more powerful for her own sake, not realizing that Guider is basically using her to help out Eisius. So, Renee's endings are going to come to a head when we finally encounter Guider and perhaps maybe Red Renee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we have to kind of confront what's actually happening in that situation, because we don't want to be absorbed by Eisius. What a surprise, you know?
Yeah.
So that's Renee's story, basically. But in order to make that happen, we've had to collect a bunch of things along the way. Bye, harpies. They're just dying on things. It's fun. So that's a big part of Renee's story. And then Ifri, I talked about how... Or did I talk? I talked briefly about how the new Pyro Goliath spawned, but they didn't have the soul, and so they were waging war. And Ifri wants to do something about that, which first involves at least confronting them, but he also wants to find a solution, and there's a few different ways that can play out. Alright, and last thing I need to do before we start going into the actual end game is I need to get Animo. So I gotta come up to this corner, way up to here. And meanwhile, 42 is doing her thing. We're gonna see 42's story soon enough, but 42 is basically trying to figure out how to get the Cloudworm out of her, or how to manage to coexist with it and live a life that doesn't involve having this monster that's constantly at risk of taking over her. So that's a very quick rundown of the story. I think there's probably some details I left out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you...
Yeah, I mean, at least it covers the bases, I would say.
Yeah, very quick.
But, I mean, there's a 2.5-hour version if you want more.
True. Yeah.
Okay, this area is dangerous.
Yeah, this gauntlet is pretty annoying, too, because of the lightning that always rains down. I remember having trouble.
The enemies aren't exactly a pushover either.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what we're doing right now is we're invading the soul field of the Anemo Goliath, known as Atmos. And
Yeah, I was about to ask what that was in the background.
yeah, basically she's in like a permanent nightmare, I guess.
Yeah.
And we're right now inside her soul field. After we defeat these enemies in her nightmare, then her nightmare will be cured. And she gives us the Anemo primeval glyph, which is the last glyph that we're missing right now. Well, actually, it's not the last glyph. There's actually 2 other glyphs we're missing, but we can't get those until we go back to Sunken Kingdom.
Okay.
So, yeah.
This is the
getting
last thing
pretty
we are
close to
collecting, and
going.
then we're going to start doing endings, for real. I promise.
Exactly.
Okay.
I promise that this game does have endings. We promised you 10 endings. You're going to get 10 endings, don't worry.
Okay.
Alright. So there we
So
go.
There's the Anemo primeval glyph.
Okay, and now it is time to head down to Sunken Sanctum and begin on the Renee endings.
Did you already grab whatever it's called? Okay, there we go.
We don't actually need this one, but I'm gonna grab it anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, might as well.
This is
An
one of
extra heal.
those incidental ones. I know we don't need that one for what we're doing, because I've forgotten it in the past. And actually, because we're doing boss time, I should probably reevaluate a little bit here. I did not get to level 60, so there's not new talents. I don't need this. Why do I feel like there's supposed to be more stuff in this list? Alright, we'll deal with that later. I feel like there's more setup I usually do.
Yeah, so coming up here, guys, is
Alright, let's see what this thing is. Any idea what this thing is?
investigation of the cradle. The cradle is the device that Renee uses to perform the soul resonance barrier ritual after it was unsuccessful the first time. But in order to use it, we need to put memory shards inside it. Fortunately, we do have all 3 memory shards right now.
Yeah, but we didn't actually put them in. We were looking at the machine trying to figure out how it works, and then we got attacked. So that hasn't happened yet.
None other than Guider the Shadow Moon. This is the real identity of triple question marks. I mean, truthfully, we don't really know that much about Guider, who she is, but we just know that she's a puppet of Esius. So.
Yeah, even with the full lore, we still don't know enough about Guider.
But yeah, after defeating her, with the option we chose to investigate the cradle, we'll receive the homecoming ending, which is considered to be the bad ending for Renee.
Wait, why aren't you dead yet? Just die. There.
This is the ending that we go for an 90% GG.
The moment has yet.
GG.
Oh yeah, endings are loud. Sorry, volume warning. I can't control that.
So all the other people that you see in this cutscene are odes. They're part of this group that's supposed to serve Guider to see who's worthy to be the vessel of Esius, as Rick mentioned.
All right, ending count 1 of 10.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah. Thankfully, the next ending is pretty much the same. Same boss, same overall result.
Yeah, we get
It's
cheated
not
a little bit
ending.
between these 2 endings. They're almost identical.
Yeah.
The only thing that differs is we're going to start to put the memory shards in, and then we're going to get interrupted.
This place where I won't
So how many
believe.
should we put in? If we
You
put in
ready?
1 or 2, then it seems like the same thing is going to happen, but
Huh?
there will be a slight different outcome at the end, and that's it.
Yeah. And this ending is known as the cradle, signifying that you attempted to use it, but it didn't quite pan out the way you expected.
Oh, that didn't work. I was hoping.
Yeah, this boss, by the way, guys, Guider the Shadow Moon, very similar to triple question marks when we first engaged with her, but obviously much higher level and also has a second phase that's much different than the first time. A lot of new attacks, but overall the same theme and aesthetic.
Where is she? Oh.
Fun boss to fight, but also the patterns kind of range in the degrees of time wasting, so it can be a little annoying.
Oh my gosh, you're doing this again to me? Just die.
Very nicely done.
That was... I need to be a little cleaner about that fight. Okay, so in this instance, Red Nay comes out of here and wounds us and kind of subsumes us. Because there can only be one.
Yeah.
So yet another bad ending.
Oh man! Are they all bad? Surely if we put all 3 of the memory shards in, something good will happen, right? I would not be doing these if I was trying to set a PB, obviously, because we actually only need to do the one final outcome here that we are about to do.
Yep.
There are 2 things we need to do in order to be able to start on the 42 endings, and one of them is this ending. So we kind of had to do some of the endings already to begin with. Alright, so we're going to put all 3 in this time, and I have to fight a little better this go around because there's a little more to it this time.
Yeah, this time we're going to be doing fulfilling the requirements for the ending known as the Essential. And in order to do so, got to put in all 3 memory shards that we have into the cradle. And of course, the same boss fight that we started before is initiated. But along with this, there's going to be another boss that we encounter right after this one. And we have to basically fight both this boss and that boss back to back. No chance to heal except with our existing resources. So we have to make sure that we're full health. We have all of our permeable glyphs available to use for healing midway through the fight.
To be fair, I really do like fighting that boss, and it's pretty comfortable for me to do, but I still would prefer not to have any heals missing if I can help it.
For sure.
Ugh. Alright.
And yeah, the second boss we're going to fight with, I kind of already spoiled it, but I won't. I'll save the extra words until we get there.
So what we saw last time is Renee came out of nowhere and stabbed us in the back. This time, Renee's on top of things, and she's like, nah. So now we actually fight.
Yeah, so now we fight a resonant form of ourselves. This boss is very tricky, but thankfully we have like a good set of tools to be able to deal with her.
The best thing about this fight, if I'm being honest, is that there's no contact damage. I love that about this fight. I can just like dodge around her because we're basically dancing around each other the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vital piece of information for succeeding in this one. The lack of contact damage.
Oh,
Although having access to super jump and the iframes dash for this fight helps tremendously as well.
Yeah, you do this without getting the iframes dash, and I'm like, how in the world?
Yeah. Interestingly, it's definitely it's developer expected to have Crimson Cape by this point.
Right.
But it can be done without Crimson Cape, which is what is done in the Essential speedrun, and it's very hard. So it has to be fought in a certain way. This boss.
You are the only one who does that category. With good reason.
Yeah. Hopefully that changes one day, but
oh, this is the
until then,
screen clear attack. I'm going to avoid it with a super jump because I can do that.
That attack is brutal. It can one shot very easily because it does a lot of damage, and your only chance to dodge it is preemptively. You have to use an iframes dash, or you have to super jump, as you saw. Otherwise, or you can parry, which is possible, but we don't have the parry available right now. Basically, you have to find a way to dodge it preemptively, otherwise you're guaranteed to get hit.
Oh my god, I got greedy. I was like, I only need one more hit. Oh, that was so stupid of me.
So close.
Yeah, that's okay. It does mean that we have to fight Guider again as well, but it's no big issue. Should be comfy.
This is why you do not rush the boss to get the last hit in.
Thank you.
I did not need to do that.
The one thing about Red Renee, the boss fight as well, anytime she hits you, she actually lifesteals. It's pretty crazy.
Oh.
Well, she has to hit you for that to happen.
Yeah, true.
It is true.
Just don't get hit.
Just don't get it easy.
Easy clap.
Yep.
Alright, Guider. Go ahead. Let's do this again. I have a very different way of avoiding that attack than it seems like everybody else does.
Yeah, it works. It works.
You guys usually, like, do some kind of duck in the middle thing? If I remember correctly? You, like, avoid the first swipe and then you kind of just crouch in the center. Alright.
And nicely done.
So that was no-hit Guider.
Well, despite me.
Now it's no-hit Renee.
Yeah, while we're back on the Renee fight, some things that are worth pointing out. Anytime, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically anytime Renee does an attack and you're approaching towards her during the startup or active frames, like it's like a certain portion of the attack's animation that you're approaching her, then she does this like energy burst around her that does damage. We talked about her not having contact damage, but that is essentially her expression of contact damage. But
Okay.
it only triggers if you're approaching her during a certain portion of her attack animation.
I
So
am
that's
not
something-
familiar with what you're describing, but I will take your word for it. Oh,
Yeah, it's
step.
hard to convey exactly, but
God.
that's how I understand it, at least. Yeah, but again, fortunately, we have the Crimson Cape for iframes dashing, so all is well.
Yeah, this is all about just dodging through each other.
Yeah, like
It's
once
a
you
very
take the time
cool
to learn,
fight in that regard, because we're just, you know, dancing around each other.
Yeah.
Oh. Nope. You're not doing that to me, sorry. Oh, this attack. She has to follow up with that one. That's so brutal. That's the attack I hate. The triple wave and then, like, go across the center.
couple more hits here.
Just gonna ignore them to go until she falls down this time.
Well
GG3.
done.
There we go.
GG. So you notice we acquired a primeval glyph there called Memories the Beginning. So that is the final glyph that we need for
So there's Blue
what we're
Renee.
gonna do next.
Blue Renee was already absorbed by Red Renee, and so if Red Renee gets us as well, then she's kind of much stronger than she would have been otherwise, because apparently the original Renee, before the Cataclysm, was a very powerful member, like the lead soldier in the Ode. She doesn't remember any of this, and she's obviously now a very different person, at least the version that we play, but she was an extremely capable soldier, so putting all of those back together makes her, in theory, a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
Alright, that's 3 out of 10.
Yep, and that's one of the required ones for Wildflower, so
Yep, we had
nice
to do
to
that.
have that checked off. So now that we've done the essential, we're gonna move on to doing the Pyro set of endings, which are related to Ifri's story. The thing is, in order to fulfill the condition for this, we don't actually have that condition fulfilled yet. We need to beat both Pyro Goliaths, and we need to have the set of primeval glyphs that I mentioned earlier, which we thankfully have by now.
Oh, this is I went to the wrong place. I wanted Resting Town.
But before that, quick trip back to the vendor.
Yeah, I want to grab a few
buy
things.
stuff.
Is it? It's that house that I went past. Okay, I gotta go in there. I don't care about your food that you sell. There is food in this game. You can, like, acquire a bunch of stuff from the enemies around and then use them in a sort of crafting system to make food. It gives stat buffs. We do not have time to mess around with any of that.
Okay.
But if you are looking to get your character a little more powerful, that is one thing you can do.
Okay.
Shopping spree. And 7,700 dues there.
What do I have?
Oh no, you're chilling. I was just musing.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna go back to Field of Pyro. And we're gonna fight, golly gee shucks, a really tough boss.
Yeah, for real. A kill. So, or a quill. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I think it's Akil. But
Keel.
at least that's how Ifri says it. But yeah, no, I mean, look at how imposing he is, and he's the second Pyro Goliath. This is gonna be such a hard fight.
Yeah.
Dies. Yeah, his hitbox is pretty big, so it's not a big deal. But you still gotta like be wary of certain.
You gotta
attacks
jump
and-
way up to be able to hit him.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing. And so fighting with a katana is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten hit yet. Yeah, there's the attack I was waiting for.
Yep.
I just
Seem
kind
to
of...
go down there.
Ow. There it goes.
GG.
And dead.
Mm.
And so now that he's dead, this is where we find out that now that they're dead, the system thinks that they should be reborn. And is going to try to resurrect them, and that's going to be bad.
Or are they kind of like jerks compared to the last guy?
Well, the last guy is our companion, so yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, the pyro endings, so the steps to do them are a little weirder than the steps to do Renee's endings. We'll just go through them one by one, though. I think it's much easier to do that. The first one is really easy, though, for the Withering.
We're just gonna walk up here and take the second dialogue option now that we have all of our glyphs that we need to collect. We go through a cutscene, Ifri does a thing, and game over.
Yep, very easy. That's the Withering ending. You can hear the music. This game communicates the nature of the ending through the music typically, so this is a bad ending for the pyro endings.
What happens in this one is that Ifri tries to, I forget exactly what he does. He's trying to do something with the glyphs to kind of fix the Goliaths, and it doesn't work out the way that they expect it to. So when we go back, we're going to pick the other dialogue option, and something very different is going to happen.
Yep, extremely different. It'll be evident very soon.
Okay. So now I have two different game modes I can go into. We will discuss that second game mode in just a second. So we head back. It's a very short walk back. And we do invade, because Renee is like, well, they're dangerous, so we don't want to take a chance.
Renee, sorry.
And Ifri's like, what are you doing?
Renee, I really...
Nope, you keep attacking. And Ifri's like, stop it.
Alright, so Ifri is actually a little tricky to fight. Ow. Because he hits really hard. The trick to Ifri is to get him to move up just a little bit, and then hopefully... Oh, alright, yeah. I need to get him to move up more. The trick is you need to get him to get his fireballs to go into the ground, because he's very difficult to manage. Those fireballs are almost impossible to avoid if they just keep coming back on you. So about the only way to deal with it is to get them to diffuse harmlessly into the ground, and just keep dodging back and forth. So I guess we'll have to try that again.
No, Renee.
Yeah, as a boss, he's pretty innocuous looking, but
Yeah, I was gonna
generally pretty
say.
difficult. Yeah.
He only has one attack, that's the thing. Like, you think one attack boss should be pretty easy, but that's not really the case here, because he just hits so hard, and the one attack is kind of devastating. Come on, up here. A little more. There we go. Alright. That's too high. I convince you to come further down now. This could be bad. Can I pull him down? That's better. Alright. This works for me. Other than getting nuked. There. Alright. I think now we get the setup.
Attack loop pattern, let's go. This is as clinical as it gets when you fight Ifri.
This is about the only way you can fight him, if we're being honest. Oh, that one got away.
But yeah, what we're doing right now, after we fight Ifri, the ending triggered, I believe, is the Hope. And this is considered, yet again, a bad ending.
In this one, Renee and Ifri, who have their soul bound together, are kind of separated in this, but something presumably bad happens to Renee as well. We're not really sure, but probably taking out Ifri takes her out. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry.
the whole idea is we have to make the Pyro Goliaths no longer exist, and that's all Renee cares about for the good of humanity. Which isn't really too justified because, you know, humans started the war and all, but at the same time, if the Pyro Goliaths are determined to end the war, so there's remains of Ifri and of Renee, and yet there they are, still sitting in their egg, doing who knows what. So that's another dubious ending. 5 out of 10.
All right, halfway there.
Mm-hmm. The last inning's the weirdest one of the three, but it also doesn't require a boss fight, so for speedrunning, that's a relief.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only one of the additional endings that I would have to have done that had a boss fight. The others, we just have to do the things. So, and I want to make sure I grab this before I move on. Alright, so, we're still going to invade,
Renee,
and Ifri's going to plead with
I'm
us,
gonna go.
and then we're going to be like, you know what, I think we've come to our senses. Let's go back to the tree and regroup. You know, maybe that attacking isn't such a good idea. Let's see if we can approach this from a different angle. Alright, let's study this and see what we can
Thanks,
do.
Renee. Wait, I don't.
And if he
I
has
not do like
decides to go with his plan, except they think about it a little harder and they realize the problem with the original time we did this, and he does something a little different,
now.
and this time it works out. You know it's the good ending when the credits roll.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, it'll be a little bit before the next ending. Because we have to do something else now. I know we're like 3 hours into the run, but who's up for, like, New Game Plus? Does that sound like fun?
Oh boy.
Why don't we start New Game Plus?
Yay.
We'll just, you know, we'll rebeat the whole game. Sounds good, right? As, like, half of chat just leaves.
It's like, what? I have to do the whole game over again? No.
Well, sort
Thankfully
of.
not.
We're going to see the story through 42's eyes now. And because we don't need to replay everything, we're just going to see a few pivotal moments. But here's 42.
Okay.
Yeah, playing as a new character now, you can see the health bar is gigantic. We're maxed out level. The moveset is also different though. The difference with 42 and Renee is that 42 doesn't employ weapons or equipment or anything of the like. She's more like a mage where she casts like, you know, magic spells.
She has ranged
fires,
projectiles and such, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she will definitely be using that mana bar that I have basically not even touched during the entirety of the run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, spells are kind of awful in the regular game, but with 42, the mana bar gets put to good use. It's really a joy playing this character.
Except against this one specific boss.
Yeah.
Because fighting Red Renee is very clearly designed to be fought with regular Renee, and doing with 42, who is not designed for this. 42 is good for stationary bosses. She's not good for a boss that's this mobile. Can I convince you to stand there? No. Okay. At least I got a little damage in on it.
But yeah, you'll notice how we call this New Game Plus. Yeah, this game is weird with the way it names what we're doing here, but this is basically like a bonus set of chapters that are actually required for the true ending. It gives a lot more. It contextualizes the story a lot more than what the main game does, frankly.
Ninja Debugger saying, "You can't fool me. That's Sir now."
So I'm not really at any risk of being killed by Renee here. It's just kind of I have to keep slugging away at her until she finally dies. She tanks a lot of these hits, and I can't get good damage in against this target. I can against basically everybody else. We're gonna see a few other fights with 42, and they're gonna be super easy. But actually, I guess I do fight Guider, and that's not super easy either. But the ones that are new.
Yeah, I think the whole idea with these bonus chapters, because this is the New Game Plus, what the game calls New Game Plus.
Got her. That was nice.
Very nice.
Finish. Okay.
Yeah, these chapters are all linear. Like, there's no like Metroidvania component to these chapters. They're pretty much all like you go on the set path, and you do it, and then you go to the next chapter.
Okay.
But in terms of playing 42, it's similar to like playing like Julius and Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, or playing any other like of those bonus characters in Castlevania games. But you're not playing through the whole game over again.
So this is our first encounter with Renee, which happened way back at the beginning of the game. Except it's viewed from the other side, of course. So, when we had this happen originally, we saw the cloaked figure standing over Eros doing something to her body. This time, we see 42 is trying to basically preserve a dying Eros by performing a ritual. And she's going to now proceed to take Eros pretty much across the land to try to get her resurrected, because Eros has information that 42 needs.
I know not.
And so now we are in the area where we first got the slide, the catacombs under town. So most of these places are going to look very familiar, except for one, throughout the various chapters of New Game Plus. So this is a well. If you remember way back at the beginning of the game, I told you to look at the background of the burning town. It had a very similar looking structure, except it was destroyed by the pyro elementals that attacked. And they were the last two known human wells that were created that still function. So now there's only one. But apparently this one isn't going to work for arrows, because reasons. I think 42 says something like somebody set a trap for me here or something. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to understand exactly. All that matters is it didn't work. She tried and it didn't work. So now we're off to find a better place to do it, which is going to involve going all the way to the Field of Hydra.
Yeah, and you'll notice, like, in terms of the way the story is set up in New Game Plus, we're kind of ahead of where Renee would be at that point in time. So by the time that Renee would have gotten there, it's like, oh, 42 has already been there. And it'll become even more clear when 42 and Renee engage directly. So.
Bye, Wolfie.
I never expect me to.
That's an example of a fight that 42 is very good at. But yeah, the whole thing is that Renee is chasing after 42. And so everywhere that we go is somewhere 42 has been. Unfortunately, in this case, it's going to be somewhere that Red Renee has been as well. Because we are going to have to fight her yet again. If one fight with her wasn't enough, we got to do it a second time. And I don't want to do slide movements, because with 42, for whatever reason, when you do the slide movements to try to speed it up, it uses her magic. Or it has a very high chance of using her magic instead of doing the usual movement tech thing. I don't know why it does that, and maybe it's just me, because I haven't heard anyone else talk about this, but for me at least, I get all my mana wasted if I try to go fast. So, 42 has the Cloud Worm inside of her, and Red Renee did something to trigger it. And so, 42 has an episode before she kind of manages to recover.
Okay.
But she's here to try to acquire something that's supposed to help prevent that from happening. Instead, Red Renee went and made it worse, so GG. This time, Renee is going to be a little harder to manage because she has a few additional attacks that she didn't use in the first bout. So if it wasn't bad enough before... Ow. Alright, attack. There. Ow. If I try to use a spell and it gets interrupted, I just lose the magic, so... Dodge through. Can I get her? Nope. 42 has 2 spells, and they both do a lot of damage, but one is mobile and moves forward, and the other just is stationary and sits in one place. The stationary one is basically impossible to use on Renee, but sometimes I can get the orb to work. It's okay. We'll just pelt her to death with arcane missiles, it's fine. I want to cast magic missile at the darkness. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, so bit by bit we're piecing out of the story a bit more. But
Monsters.
we're not yet at like the pinnacle where all the details are spilled out. So
Okay.
making progress towards that. There is gonna be one pretty big story moment that, unfortunately, because it's the speed run, we'll be skipping through a lot of it. But it's basically where Guider and 42 would engage. I can't remember which chapter that is.
That is going to be, I think, 8.
8. Okay.
Because 7
yeah,
is the really, really, really long one.
Oh, okay.
7 takes forever. We're going to be here a while doing 7.
Okay.
So I hope you're settled in for a good one for 7.
Yep.
If you couldn't tell, I'm being sarcastic. It's a blink and you'll miss it moment.
Yeah.
Even with that, they have that. What
Yeah, this is the ode that we saw from Renee's perspective. 42 had subjugated, but you know, as you can see, this fight is really quick from 42's perspective.
42 to Imba,
She's
2 OP. Please nerf. Alright, that's 6. Here's 7. We are going to be taunted by Madame Aros, who wants to talk to us, but we know how chatty Madame Aros is, so we're just going to be like, nope. Let's come down here, talk to Samsar, and that's the chapter.
Oh, that was easy.
Easy peasy.
You're supposed to get a whole bunch of lore dump from Aros there, but we're going to just not do that. Alright, so this is going to be one of the 2 more involved ones, because we have to get down to Sunken Sanctum. Of course, 42 doesn't have to fight Valo. She can just walk right down there. What the heck?
Yeah, and also 42 can swim. What's up with that?
Yeah, nobody had to teach 42 to swim, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? Nobody had to teach her how to super jump either. She could just do that.
True.
Yeah, it's probably just because she's got that worm in her.
Yeah, the worm is... it's all about the worm. She does the worm. The thing is, she can kind of slip through these cracks here if I'm careful. Yep. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Wait. Yesterday I learned that 42 can dash upwards, which is kind of neat. Thanks, Robbo, for telling me that.
Nice.
Robbo
shout out
is
to Robbo.
our world record speed holder for the any % run.
Ah, cool.
Running the game since it came out, pretty much.
Nice.
No, down here.
So this
Hidden passage. Where
we
42
go.
starts to read about what is the deal with the cloud worm in the research journal, and Guider's just like, slash.
This is
Oops, not that one. Alright, well, it's a good start at least. she's doing that attack. Wow. You don't really get to see the donuts.
Oh. Got him making the donuts, I see.
Time to make the donuts.
Mm.
Run into it. Oh. It's okay. She's dead anyway.
Nicely done.
So one of 42's things is she can trap people in crystal, but Guider's just like, nope.
Mm.
And 42's like, wait, how can you get out of that? I've never seen anyone get out of that before. And Guider's just like, peace. So, all we know from that exchange at the end, Guider basically taunted 42 into showing up at a particular place in the Albedo Tower.
Mm.
A little more to it than that, though, because you see, if you're not familiar, Albedo is a term from alchemy, and it refers to the white phase of alchemy. There are actually 4 phases to alchemy, but we're only going to be interested in the white and black phases, because we're going to go through Albedo Tower, which refers to the white phase, and then we're going to find out that there is a second tower, which is named after the black phase, Negredo Tower. And I gave all that prelude so you understand why I'm naming it that, and that I'm not giving some kind of like slur or anything. But yeah, it's called the Negredo Tower.
Yeah, the other thing too is Negredo Tower has some of the most difficult to deal with enemies in the game. Probably the most difficult to deal with.
It's basically upside down Albedo Tower, so I'm gonna assume it's a throwback to Symphony of the Night in that regard.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So,
yeah, it's dark versions of the enemies, and the map is just turned upside down.
Okay.
Interesting fact, you don't actually even get the map in New Game Plus.
Not for this area, nope.
Menu. Yeah, in general, you don't get a map for New Game Plus, but yeah, when you visit Negredo Tower, is okay. That's a spoiler a little bit, but this area doesn't have a map, basically.
Yeah, which has presented some interesting conundrums for the people who are doing the glitch runs. We've been talking about the speed runs with regard to restricted, which is basically no major glitches, but there are some major glitches in this game, and some people have definitely done some speed runs of some out-of-bounds stuff that involves basically ending up here very swiftly, and navigating is a little tough when there's no map.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these enemies do a lot of damage, so it's wise, as azuarc's doing, to not interact with any of them.
Well, I'm speed running. I just don't care when I'm playing as 42, because she's like indestructible. Ow.
Yeah,
Ow.
see, it does very little damage to 42, but not necessarily, like, it might be deceiving, because 42 has basically max stats, as high stats as you would get in this game, at least.
Yeah, we're not going to be grinding to 99. That is an achievement, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of doing. Setting up for finding a good place to grind.
Yeah, while we're doing our speed run, don't forget, folks, we still have 2 incentives open. One is for upgrading to 100% in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, and the other is a bid war to name our main character in that game. Currently in the lead is Stiggy with $5. So, if you want to get those donations in, you can type in here, and also you can see the incentives here as well.
Yeah, so right now the boss fight we're doing is against Karin. She's serving Esius, one of her puppets, pretty much. Boss is not necessarily easy, but with 42, you deal so much damage that usually you can get through it without a problem. And there you go, GG. But later on, we'll see that
We will have to
Karin
contend with
can
Karen
get in a
again
little
later,
trouble.
yes.
Yeah, that won't be the last time we see her.
She wants to see our manager.
Yeah, I was wondering when someone was going to make that joke about her.
Well, actually, more like we
I
want to see her manager right now, so... actually, I'm gonna come over here first, though. Since we're doing all endings, I'm going to point out that there is one other thing we could do instead, and that is we can invade Atmos's dream and talk to her.
Atmos.
And
Yes.
With
she can do basically a surgical removal of the Cloudworm because it does belong to her. Oh, I forgot I have to do this fight. Forgot this was here. That's okay. This guy's not gonna be anything. Gonna do the Crystal Rain, that's fine. There we go.
Nice.
And so this is, in a way, kind of a good ending for 42.
GG
But-
number 7.
Yep.
But it's not the best ending.
Mhm.
Alright, we're still pretty good on time, right?
We are, let me see. We're like 3:38 minute,
My
3:37.
time for
Right.
you to
And
wake up.
we got plenty of time then, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I know there was a little bit of scheduling considerations that was going on at the beginning of the day, and I thought I was going to have to adjust, but no, we're just doing our thing. All right, back to New Game Plus, back to Chapter 10.
Yeah, one more ending left in New Game Plus.
Karen, it's well.
This time we're going to go after Karen by talking to her manager.
Child.
And it turns out that, hey, look, here's Eseus. The person who's been pulling the strings behind everything, and if you didn't know what was going on, you would be like, who the heck is this person?
Basically, she's a slightly trickier version than Karin to fight, but by no means necessarily difficult. Due to,
You only fight this version of her with 42, and I think she's actually easier, except that she's not playing nice with me casting spells. I'm trying to get her to do a particular attack. As soon as she does, I'm gonna... There it is. Okay. I'm gonna lay on the damage right here. And there.
Nice.
That's all you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Just get her to
Easy.
trigger that 4-element attack, and then...
It's
So what happens here is Eseus is like chained to this reality where she can just keep reviving herself. So 42 can't actually defeat her. She defeats her, and then Eseus comes right back, and then counters with some kind of tether to 42's soul. So now 42 is like fighting endlessly until she finally gives up and says fine, and agrees to accept Eseus. And I'm not quite sure how this works, but apparently it's like she will continue to live her life for now, but eventually Eseus takes over. Which is obviously not ideal for 42. Alright, so that's the second 42 ending. We got one more to go. And for this, that means clearly we need to go back into New Game Plus. Just kidding, we're actually going to go back to Renee.
Yeah, this is another one of those things that the game doesn't necessarily handle, or like, I shouldn't say handle, but like doesn't necessarily tell the player exactly how to do. You just gotta kind of know or somehow figure it out. A lot of people, you know, just end up looking up how to do it, but yeah. Anyway,
So,
there's a couple of things left.
yeah.
We still don't have the Nuo mask, and then there's one other thing that we've deferred up to this point to talk about, but
Yeah.
we'll go ahead and spill the beans now.
So when we go to talk to Samsar, she's the one who's going to fix our mask and give us the mask, but she tells us, by the way, that's not going to be enough. If you want to do what you need to do, you're going to need like 4 other items. And she tells us what they are. One of them was that sword persicoral, which we took care of earlier. I forget what the second one is, but the third one is some kind of light to see through the darkness. And the light that we need is going to be called the Halo of Transcendence. And oh boy, the halo is fun to get.
It's the worst. It's the worst. You have to fulfill a condition. And remember all those talent points, guys, that we've been getting throughout this entire run?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the conditions.
Remember all the geo that I've been collecting? Or geo dues that the money that I've been collecting for this run?
Oh yeah,
Guess what I'm going to be spending it on?
lots of stuff.
On more talent points.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because even after all the talent points we've acquired, still not enough.
Man.
Still not enough.
Ow. Okay,
Yeah.
don't die, please.
Yeah, so the Halo Transcendence is really the most painstaking quest item to fulfill, because it takes up the bulk of the stress of this run. If not for that, then the Wildflower would be much more of a breeze in terms of things that are actually necessary to do.
Like, you look at all the things that I did and all the things Crucia's like, collect this, collect that, we're getting this, we're getting that. It would probably cut about a third of all these little different side trips off if we didn't have to get all these talent points. Alright, so we talk to her, we can't get in, so we say, well, let's try soul invading Karen instead. And Renee's just like, or Karen's like, Renee, what the heck are you doing here? I thought we were dealing with 42.
Yep, so time to fight.
Ow. Can't reach her. I hate that attack. Not because it's hard to avoid, but because I just want to ignore it and go hit her. Ow. Ow.
Yeah, basically the purpose of doing this fight is to get the last piece of the mask that we need to make the Nua mask.
Okay.
And then afterwards we'll be able to go to Samsara. She'll tell us all the things we need to be able to soul invade for the last portion of the World Flower, but then we already did those, except for the Halo. So we gotta go back and get the Halo.
Oh!
Oh.
I wasn't expecting that. She was being a little brutal to me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karin can be like that.
Usually not that bad, but she was giving me some patterns I'm not used to.
Yeah, no worries. Just run it back.
Yeah, it's a real quick run back. And it's not like we really lost much progress or anything. Nope, you're not getting me with that one. Or that one. Already got her into doing this attack. Alright, we'll just walk instead of dashing. Alright, summon your books. There. Alright, do the thing. There it is. Now I can go in. There. That was a slightly more tactically planned fight. Alright, so we're like, what do? We don't know how to talk to 42 because she's stuck in some kind of soul field. Well, we'll talk to the person we know who deals with soul fields. So we're gonna make our final trip to go visit Mr. Owl.
Notice that we also now have the last mask fragments, the Mask of the Occult Prime.
Which is completely missable, by the way. You could fight her and not pick that thing up after the fight. I have a specific note in my live split here that says, pick up the freaking mask. Because I've gotten to different points where I've done it and not picked up the mask, and then I'm just like, why can't I do anything? Why won't the story progress?
Yeah.
So, gotta make sure you do that. Anyway, so Owl says, yeah, sorry, I don't know. You have to talk to somebody who knows more about this than me. Gee, thanks. Well, there's only one other person we can talk to who might know more. And that is
The Hydra Goliath
the
herself.
one person who may have partially helped set up this world.
Hmm.
Still not talking to you, Madame Aros. You're way too chatty.
I shall guide. I shall guide. Good.
I have to talk to her a couple times, and then she gives me a thing, and then she says, and now you need some other stuff. So now we need to get the other stuff, but to get the Halo, we have to do one last thing first. Wait. Town of the Exiled. We're gonna make one last trip to Town of the Exiled. Because we can't finish up this run without revisiting Town of the Exiled. It's just a fun place to be. We've been here so many times. We want to, you know,
Oh, yeah.
do a proper send-off.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Bidding the proper farewell. Oh, I guess this might actually not be the last time still. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
no, never mind. Halcyon Veins has it. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Am I above? Did I not go the right way? Or is it this one? Okay, yeah. Dark room's fun. I'm just kind of ignoring the background when I get here. Alright, so if we come earlier, Stanley wouldn't be here. But now that he's gone on his little expedition, he's able to sell us like 20 talent points, and that's what we need. Because if we come into our talent menu now, we have 171 talent points, which is, I believe, exactly the number we need.
Yeah. It's crazy how many you need
Man.
just for this one quest item.
This item will not spawn unless you have... It's roughly 170. We're not sure the exact number, but I got there yesterday on my practice run with 170, and it wasn't there. And I was like, what?
Yeah. So every talent point counted. And notice how it cost us 14,000 dues to even buy the talent point from Stanley. Stanley's
that's a lot of
expensive.
money.
Yeah.
Well, he's a collector of rare curios, and understandably, his wares are suitably important.
Yep.
For sure. So back to Silent Coast is where we actually will get the Halo Transcendence. Basically, there's a turtle that or turtle tortoise, one of those, that hosts the Halo on its back, but we have to get it to spawn by having this condition fulfilled with the talent points. And I think there's also a level requirement, but
well, we should have that covered too, because I was level 62 yesterday when I did it.
oh, perfect, excellent.
All right, grab
Everything
this
worked out.
from under. Where am I? Pick the thing up. Where are you? There. Want to get that item under there while I'm at it.
Might as well.
All right, there's the Halo.
Halo Genesis, let's go.
All right,
We should be Margaret.
this is
Should be
just
getting
about
close.
it. We are on to the very last task, asterisk. I say
Asterisk?
asterisk, yes, because we still have the incentive to meet.
Right.
Oh, this is
The actual ending we were going
this wasn't
for.
where I meant to go. Can I do the thing now?
I think you can. Do you have all the Shenlong glyphs?
Yes, I have all the Shenlong glyphs. I might as well do it then while I'm here. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
come here, but I forgot that
Might as well.
Negredo Tower isn't actually the last thing on the list. I just didn't even look at it. Alright, where's the Shenlong? There we go. That's
There
an
you
item I
go.
needed. Alright. So we'll just hop back up to here. Take the fast way. Or what I assume is the fast way. Especially since I stepped on the elevator and I'd have to wait for it to come back down. Alright, now it'll be the last one, because the otherwise last one is where we are located.
Yep, so here we are, folks. Final stretch. We're gonna complete the final set of bosses to get the Wildflower ending. And
Okay.
right afterwards there'll be one more ending, which was part of the incentive. We'll save the discussion of that ending for when we get there, because it'll be pretty special.
I want that one. I don't want that one. I want Geocarapace, and did I not pick up Space Block? Huh. Weird.
Ooh.
That's okay. I'll do without.
Every I
Space Block is just like part of one of the gauntlets that I did.
very much. I hope
Oh, I see.
Somehow I guess I picked up the talents, but I didn't pick the second item up.
Right.
Alright, so here we are, we're confronting Eseus as Renee.
Dearest,
And so, while 42 fights on the outside, we are hopping into Eseus' head to fight her on the inside. And she looks a little different in here.
Yep. Very interesting boss. By interesting, I mean, you basically just gotta use the Crimson Cape. The
Yeah.
iframe dash, that's what it comes down to. This is... If there were a fight in this game that required you to have the iframes dash, this would be it. Like, legitimately required. Otherwise, there's... I don't think there's a way to not get hit.
I don't use it much.
There's a couple of attacks that do need the horizontal iframes nature of the Crimson Dash, but
Well,
fortunately,
there's that run. That's like the only time I really use it that I can think of.
yeah, fortunately, we do have quite a bit of health to work with, so, and of course, primeval glyphs. So as long as
We're
we
just gonna do this.
stay healthy, we're good.
Oh, it almost worked. I'm just experimenting here because Robbo had an idea yesterday that maybe I could just toe tap her and keep attacking, which is not something I thought to ever try.
I always got to go in for some more damage.
All right,
Nice.
Eseus
That was
down.
good.
If only that were good enough, but no, the game has to hit us harder.
have you?
So first we have to refight her with 42, which is trivial by contrast.
Check out this epic combo. Oh, well, if we get to set it up.
Yeah.
Is she doing it yet? Not yet. Wait for the 4 element attack. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go.
Here's the combo. Nice.
Okay.
She stopped.
Alright, and now we go at it again. This time it's harder. This is the real end.
Theseus again. And you'll notice how when azuarc gets hit from behind, he's taking a lot less damage. That's
Yeah.
because he equipped an afterimage called Geocarapace. He mentioned earlier, but that was the one that we got from the turtle when we went down to
Oh, yeah.
Halo. So,
Alright, that thing, yeah.
so it's gonna help a lot for tanking some hits from this boss, who otherwise, requires some precision with the dodging. But thankfully, there's some wiggle room with this.
I just cheat.
Super jump helping out a lot as well.
Yes. Oh. Wasn't sure which order they were going in. Oh, it's this thing again. That's the one you really need to super jump. Ow. This one's not exactly easy to avoid otherwise, so I super jumped that one too. Ugh. Gotta keep doing that to me, huh? Alright, it's fine. Oh, you hadn't let it go off yet. That was rude. Alright. She's not playing nice. Alright, are we onto it? Yes, we're onto the end. I think. There it is. Now I just kind of gotta keep moving.
You can do this.
And it's gonna be time coming up in there.
Time. GG.
Seems I
Let's
did-
go. Awesome stuff.
loud ending coming in a second.
Mhm.
But this will be ending number 9 of 10.
Mhm.
There we go. There is your World Flower ending. Where 42 basically deals with Eseus and says something, I'm going off to another world, go leave. Not exactly sure how that works, but she does something to crystallize Albedo Tower, and somehow everything works out for the best.
Okay. If you say so.
Yep.
You know the game better than I do, probably, so.
Well, the one person who would know better is the guy who made that lore video, so...
Yeah.
Maybe I should have watched that again before doing the run, but I'm going off
That's
of
okay.
memory. I've watched it twice. Alright, so we got ourselves one last thing we need to do, and that is get our 10th and final ending. And this one is going to require us to have a little patience.
This is the weirdest ending of them all. If you didn't already think that the endings we did required some weird steps, this one is the most convoluted, and I don't know how anyone would figure this out on their own. I'm pretty sure the devs told people how to do it in the devs Discord. That's basically what it came down to.
Oh wow.
But essentially we're going back to Silent Coast. There's a boat ride that we take again. I know, couldn't escape that one. One more boat ride.
Yep.
But
we like boats.
We love boats.
Yep, we love boats here.
Yeah, but since we have this something called the Key of Se, basically Se gave it to us after we got all the Shenlong glyphs. Those Shenlong glyphs that we got along the way during this run, that's what they were used for. We had to get all of them as well as purchase the words of Shenlong from Stanley, the merchant in Town of the Exiled. And then once we got all of those, we talked to Se, and then Se gave us the Key of Se. And she just says, "Here you go, figure it out," something like that. That's not what she actually says, but that's what the game. Yeah.
All right, we're on a boat ride. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we're doing here, it's so silly. You turn off the light on the boat, you ride the boat, and then you let it sit in this like misty area for like 3 minutes, and then you gotta turn around the boat after 3 minutes, and then it'll take you to this. You guys will see. You guys will see after 3 minutes where it takes us, but.
All right. So I got some good news and bad news regarding some runners. So the good news is that Oregon Mike is going to be running Ultima 3 tomorrow. He told us that they had the. Let me find where he said that he got the. Yeah, he got the. Where is it?
All right. So did you tell him, Karishi?
Yeah, our repairman came by, replaced a tiny part, and the internet's all good. The bad news is that a run of the Magical Chantier isn't going to be going on because the hurricanes causing trees falling in their backyard, and the tree removed people accidentally wound up slicing the internet cable in half. So unfortunately, to replace that block, we've got the Illusion of Gaia Randomizer Apocalypse Sky category by SO5Z, which should be going right after Panic Restaurant. Yeah, sorry, Windbliss, but we're not going to be able to finish that up to do that one because of the internet issues. Yeah, well, that'll be on right after Panic Restaurant, so hopefully you'll have fun with that at least.
What time's that?
Time is, well, the time...
What time is that run?
Oh, the time... Well, the run says it should be at 4:25.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be working at that point, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I'm always down for Illusion of Gaia.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, there's still. Yeah, we still have the incentive for Mystic Quest 100% along with the bid war for the name. Again, currently Ziggy is the winner at $5. And so tomorrow we have a bid war for naming the file for BS Legend of Zelda 4th Quest 100%. An incentive for have cast where cat ears and cassette beasts any percent. Upgrade to any percent hard mode in Tiny Toon Adventures 2. Mirren State for Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening Deluxe. And a sprite war for Link's sprite, which includes Aegis Girl, Marin, and Rosa.
All right, well, we're over 2 minutes into our boat ride here.
Yep.
Yay, fun.
Yeah, I'm so glad that they did this, because nothing says great fun like forced waiting for a fixed amount of time.
Yep, patience.
But anyway, since this is going to be the last thing that we do, for me personally, I don't really do much with socials. I mean, I occasionally stream on Twitch, but it's pretty rare, and I'm not really doing any of the other things. I don't Instagram. I don't, you know, TikTok or any of that. Karushi, you have anything you want to share? You're on. You stream sometimes, at least.
I sure do. First, I wanted to say thanks so much for having me on for commentating this run.
And
I really
thank you
enjoyed
for
it.
coming. I really appreciate having somebody here to bounce off of.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been good.
no problem at all. Thanks so much, RPG Valkyries, for hosting as well. I want to say shout outs to, of course, the Afterimage speedrunning community. We're really small, but we're also really tight knit, and we love the game. If you're interested in checking out our community or any of the runs that are on the SRC leaderboards, we're all at speedrun.com/afterimage, and there you can also find the link to the Discord if you're interested in the Discord community in any way. Also, in terms of my personal live stream, I do stream on YouTube only. That's youtube.com/Kurushi Drive. That's one word. And I usually stream, well, these days I haven't been streaming lately because I've been busy with tournament organizing, but normally when I stream Metrovania speedruns or whatever other game I feel like playing at the time. So if you're interested in catching any of that, you can find me on YouTube. I'm not really active on other social media, so that's where you'll find me. But yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I'll piggyback on that and say thank you, Valks, for having me. When I submitted a 4-hour Metroidvania run, I didn't think that it was necessarily going to get accepted, but I was like, you know what? I'll toss it out there and see what happens, and I guess somebody liked it. This is my 3rd year participating in Ragnarok. I was doing a co-op run with Margaret Ann 2 years ago, and I did City Skylines last year, which is like the most bizarre thing to see in a speedrun marathon, probably. But I really wanted to show off a game that I put in some practice on, and Karushi and Rabo and those guys, they're even better than I am. They're way better than I am. But you don't have to be good to enjoy this game. It's a really cool game. I think it's very underrated. It doesn't seem to get a whole lot of attention, and come check it out. And we're at our 5-minute mark now, so I'm going to hit the boat.
All right.
Yep. So as we turn the boat around, it'll kind of slow to a weird stop. The background will suddenly change. That's when you know you've done everything correctly. When the background darkens like this.
And the music fades away.
Yep. Ms. Margaret Ann says you can actually win a copy of the game if you donate today as one of our prizes.
Oh.
Oh, awesome.
Right. Yeah, sorry to drop. What were you saying?
Oh, no, you're all good. Yeah, that's a steal for anyone that is able to be the lucky winner. That's awesome. But yes, yeah, we're taken to this dark world with a starry sky in the background. Once the boat stops, we're able to walk towards the left, and yeah, you'll see what happens. I'm sure you guys will appreciate what takes place if you look closely, because the devs were doing something here. It's pretty clearly a reference to a certain movie.
According to the guy who made the lore video, it's also strangely actually very important to the story. I don't know if I buy that, but I'll let you decide for yourself. Saw this randomly here. But really, the main thing is we find over here. Drum roll, please. Bzzz.
Doctor Who?
Nope.
Or no, right, no. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, interesting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And there's 10 out of 10.
Yep.
Incentive
That's the
met.
last ending.
Yep.
Let's
GG.
go. GG's.
We've escaped the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there we are. There
Yeah.
is your after image complete, like nearly 100% run of everything. I hope everybody enjoyed.
Yep, it was fun. Glad you guys got to run. Hope see you soon.
Yeah, great stuff. 4 hours. Really good.
Yeah.
Was a pretty good run. I think if I had not stopped for the incentive, I might have come close to rivaling my record, but I don't think I would have beaten it. I had some weird stuff that happened in there, a couple deaths that kind of slowed things down. So, but it was a good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Holy Grounds things that happened, those can happen, but I think it was like really good overall. Like, yeah, everything I can recall, things went smoothly.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if we're on schedule, ahead of schedule, or what, but this is all I've got for today. I will not be appearing at any other point in the marathon this year, but thank you for having me once more.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Play Afterimage.
Yeah, donate to win the Afterimage copy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, take care, Azrek and Karushi Drive. Glad you can make it.
Thank you for having us, MK.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Take care.